2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. The Trump administration's new border czars headed to Eagle Pass, Texas today, just days after a large number of minor migrant children were found at the border, and as some blue city and state leaders announced they will not cooperate with an effort to deport people.
There are laws in place, and those laws in place say that you cannot illegally immigrate into our country, and if you do, you have no right to remain here for extended periods of time. We are clearly way beyond what the law allows for.
I'm Dave Anthony. Americans will travel in record numbers for Thanksgiving. And for those taking flights, be wary of weather. Even if it's nice out where you are, that may not be the case where the plane you'll take is coming from.
If they're getting a winter storm and they're delayed, that causes what I call a domino effect. And if it's really bad, it can affect air travel throughout the entire United States for up to 3 days.
And I'm Riley Gaines. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The governor of Massachusetts, the mayor of Boston, the governor of California, the mayor of Chicago, an LA City Council member, and the mayor of Denver are among those promising undocumented migrants they will not cooperate with President Trump on matters of immigration and the border. Denver Mayor Mike Johnston told Channel 9 in Denver this past Friday that he wishes he hadn't painted the picture of local police confronting federal agents at the county line in a Tiananmen Square type moment, but he did say he expects if the federal government comes in to deport migrants, that Denver residents will protest.
You know, I talked to some high school kids this week who were terrified about this. I don't think those kids are going to stand there and watch 3 of their classmates get pulled out of a history class with the other 27 stand by and do nothing. I don't think that's what Denverites or Americans would do in this context at all.
Incoming President Trump's new border czar, Tom Homman, is visiting the border today, just days after Texas Department of Public Safety officers encountered a group of more than 200 migrants, some of them minors, including a 2-year-old girl. One agent talked to her in Spanish while she held up a note with a name and a phone number on it.
Dos años? ¿No vienes con tu mamá y tu papá? ¿No? ¿Vienes sola? ¿Para dónde vas, mamá?
Mi mamá y papi.
¿Dónde están?
Estados Unidos.
¿Estados Unidos?
Many stated they were going to states with so-called sanctuary cities, jurisdictions where local law enforcement does not cooperate with federal immigration officials like ICE. Fox News correspondent Molly Line reported Monday that in recent months, ICE officials in Boston have arrested 18 undocumented migrants suspected of sex crimes. In several cases, the accused suspects were released despite requests from ICE that they be detained until they could pick them up.
And in several cases, the accused men were released into the public despite ICE detainer requests. For instance, 21-year-old Minor Dipaz Munoz, a Guatemalan national, was charged with rape of a child by force in February and arrested by the Great Barrington Police Department. ICE Boston reports a detainer was lodged but ignored. Great Barrington is a sanctuary city.
The question now is what will happen between those sanctuary cities and states and an incoming Trump administration.
The executive, the president specifically, and his agencies have an affirmative obligation to enforce immigration laws, and that includes making sure that they are handling illegal immigrants in a way that primarily deports them from the country.
Andrew Trukowski is a former federal prosecutor and current defense attorney.
And there are ways to do that, to incentivize folks to do that on their own, but also to do that through legal mechanisms. And I know there's a lot that goes into the idea of forceful deportation, but hopefully there are techniques that can be used to prevent having to do that particularly forcefully. Now, when you have these sanctuary cities at bay or at hand trying to kind of resist that effort, the number one most important aspect is that they certainly cannot interfere with the federal government's efforts to do so. And that would be a crime in and of itself. Now, there is a lot more debate on whether they actually have to cooperate with the federal government, and that they likely don't, but they really cannot get in the way.
We had a lot of these discussions like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago in the first Trump term. And we learned even years prior to that immigration law is under the purview of the federal government, right? States cannot have and enforce their own immigration policy. We saw that most recently with Texas fighting the Biden administration. There's always these tensions, right, between states and the feds. But like you said, this belongs to the federal government. right?
That's right. So the idea of the protection of our country from incursion, whether that's individuals walking across a border or whether that's in a war-like scenario, is the federal government's responsibility. States have lots of responsibilities. That's one that clearly falls under the federal government, and states have the right to help the federal government with that. Now, when you kind of zoom out and you look at, well, within the federal government, how does that play out? It's the president's job, again, through his agencies, to enforce the laws of the land. And that includes having the police force and the agents that are necessary to actually engage in the on-ground efforts to make sure that the law is being followed and that those who violated the law are handled appropriately with due process considerations and all that goes into that. Now, there's a lot of talk about bipartisan legislation. Well, bipartisan legislation is not what actually protects the border. Those are not the feet on the ground who are actually dealing with the issue. They can continue to kind of circle around passing the appropriate laws, but there are laws in place, and those laws in place say that you cannot illegally immigrate into our country. And if you do, you have no right to remain here for extended periods of time. All sorts of issues with how exactly the details of that go, but we are clearly way beyond what the law allows for.
You know, 6 years ago, I think it was 6 years ago, California made itself, its whole state became a sanctuary state, not just individual cities. Is that something that can be litigated? Or because you just said, like, you don't, it might not be clear that cooperation can be forced. So is this, if you just simply are a city or a county or a mayor or a governor, and you don't want to help, you can just go ahead and release these people?
To some extent, that's true, that states can operate independently. Again, they cannot interfere with federal efforts. And so affirmative action to prevent or resist the federal government's efforts would be illegal, but kind of standing by and not involving themselves would traditionally be legal. Now, what Congress can do, and this happens all the time with many laws that the federal government cannot force states to impose, even like drunk driving laws with the age of drinking being 21, you can condition federal funding to states on them doing certain things. So California, the rest of the states, they get a ton of financial resources from the federal government, and all of that could be conditioned on their cooperation or certain actions to support the immigration control efforts of the Trump administration. That I think is probably the very best way to force states to affirmatively help the federal government.
Yeah, the mayor of Denver, to that point, said he expects his citizens will stand up and protest. He had to walk back this idea that he'd be sending like local and county police, police members to stop federal agents from coming in. But he did say that he was personally willing to be arrested over all of this. Do you think it could come to that, or do you think it will, like you said, kind of just end up being a litigation in the courts, more of a civil fight, rather than we're going to see governors and mayors arrested for trying to interfere?
Well, we certainly all have our First Amendment right to freedom of speech and to assemble and to protest actions of the government that you don't like, and you have to do so peacefully and with certain conditions. So we should expect that there will be protests. I think there are many people out there who have those opinions. Whether those protests are sufficiently large to cause really civil disturbances like we saw in the BLM movement and the summer of 2020, that has yet to be determined. It's unclear what that support looks like. Certainly the polling suggests that a really great portion of our country believes that immigration needs to be done lawfully. And so if Trump handles this in a relatively magnanimous fashion, where he is engaged in doing this in a process that is legal and that is even tested in the courts, I think that we're going to see that some of that wind in the sail of those who are so belligerent about being opposed to the deportation of illegal immigrants, you may not find the support that they think they might for this civil disobedience or the assembly to protest. And I don't know that it matters in the end. So you have a bunch of people in the streets protesting, yelling and shouting about this. But if the electorate are saying that this is what this country needs and wants through a democratic process, I think it proceeds in a peaceful and lawful fashion.
Yeah, that's interesting. There are two competing narratives here: protests versus what was just elected in. While I have you, can you react to the federal cases against President-elect Trump? The special prosecutor in both, Jack Smith, has moved to get both of them dropped. The judge in Washington, D.C. agreed to dismiss the January 6th related case. And I'm looking for you to react, maybe in the context of how this compares to the state cases and where those are. Do we expect judges in Georgia and New York to follow suit, or are those at different stages and going through their own legal processes?
Well, President Trump must be absolutely giddy. He's virtually annihilated all of the lawfare efforts against him through the rulings of high courts and through the procedural efforts that he's had to defend himself. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I'm a current criminal defense attorney, and so I see the devastation that happens when charges are brought, when people are put up on criminal charges, and the judgment and the ire that comes from the public simply by the nature of an allegation. The demands of due process in our constitutional system really require that cases play out before you make a judgment as to what happened. And innocence is presumed until a verdict is reached, and that verdict ultimately is affirmed by appellate courts. And so, the federal case dropping now really sends the message that what Jack Smith did through a novel legal approach to a never before seen legal prosecution was a bad legal decision. Now, the state prosecutions that are going on, those are all crumbling very quickly. The New York criminal prosecution, that's on the verge of being dismissed. I'm upset myself that Judge Merchan has let this drag on for so long. He was so willing to issue very quick and very detrimental rulings against Donald Trump, but now where the law is pretty darn clear that he has got to drop this case and perhaps start it from scratch, but that it is a trial that was erroneously tried in the manner that it was. He's got to make that decision quick. In Georgia, the Georgia appellate court has essentially is signaling that Donald Trump looks to be in the going well for him, and so
Didn't
I think
they just say that they're not even going to hear the appeal on whether or not Fani Willis should be taken off as prosecutor of this case? That they just put it on ice completely?
They canceled the oral argument, which is curious because it's unclear if they're going to come out with a decision or whether they're going to stay the prosecution throughout the time that he's in office. There are many other defendants who don't enjoy the prohibition from a state prosecution while Donald Trump's in office. So, and the issues with Fani Willis applies to those defendants as well. So how that court's going to deal with that. But sometimes courts don't need oral argument, and they'll just come out with a ruling that effectively rules in favor. And usually they don't do that when they're going to find against the defendants who brought the appeal.
Interesting. Attorney Andrew Trukowski, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Did you know that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period? The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling, KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. and it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Yo, 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 Dad is in the house. What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN is rated as outstanding on PC Mag. Just visit NordVPN.com and discover the benefits of this all-around cybersecurity tool. It will encrypt your online traffic. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I want
want Jason to reveal his politics. I want to know if him and his brother are Republican or Democrat.
Well, his brother is not.
Here's my theory. Once that relationship with Paytay ends, he now knows the NFL is totally fine with people doing the Trump dance. Once he ditches Taylor Swift, he's going to score a touchdown in a big game. He's going to do the Trump boogie in the end zone. We're going to see. No. He was just taking the check from Bud Light and Pharma.
You've watched too much wrestling from the 90s. He's not doing a heel turn.
Plot twist.
No.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready because Black Friday is on at Gerhardt's Appliances, and it's bigger than ever. We're pulling out all of the stops with this Samsung 4-piece stainless steel package for just $9.99. That's right, $9.99 after rebate. Looking to upgrade your refrigerator to counter depth and have air fry in your range? Well, we got you with this LG 4-piece package for only $19.99 after rebate. Only at Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of the kitchen for over 80 years.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rural stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rural stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rural, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rural.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. How much I love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home, especially that wall of glass patio doors that replaced some windows when you walk into my foyer area. You know by now if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But did you know they also install shutters? A perfect complement to your new windows. For the month of November, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is giving away a pair of shutters when you purchase 2 pairs. The right shutters can really enhance the curb appeal of your home. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. You can always take a virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Get all the details. That's ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
A big day for the Dow on Wall Street Monday as it picked up 440 points for its second straight record close and 45th of the year, finishing at more than 44,736. It's up more than 7% in the month of November thus far. The S&P 500 up 18. That index up 6 days in a row, the longest streak since mid-September. And the NASDAQ up 51. It's been up 3 days in a row and 5 of the last 6. Today we get the latest results from retailers Best Buy, Kohl's, Nordstrom, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Burlington just days ahead of the start of the holiday shopping season. We also get the latest consumer confidence and new home sales figures today, and the weekly unemployment numbers, mortgage rate figures, and the personal consumption expenditures index tomorrow. That as well as the second estimate of third quarter GDP. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A lot of Americans are on the move. The Thanksgiving travel rush is on, and that likely means long lines at some airports.
Get here early. I got here at 8 o'clock. My flight is at 11:25.
He was flying yesterday out of Atlanta, which is already the world's busiest airport.
Be prepared for anything that could and may go wrong. So I come here as early as possible, sit around, grab something to eat, and wait. At least I have that less stress to worry about.
Now, the TSA expects to conduct a record amount of passenger screenings, about 18 million, between today and the Sunday after Thanksgiving, which is predicted to be the busiest day of them all in the airports. AAA also expects overall holiday travel to set records, with nearly 80 million Americans going somewhere for Thanksgiving, traveling at least 50 miles, the vast majority by car.
I think they're typically very accurate, so I would not expect anything less. I think we're going to break records for air travel and auto travel this holiday.
Mark Murphy is a travel and small business analyst and founder of the soon-to-be-launched TravelTube.
A lot of pent-up demand, and it's been literally since the release from the COVID hostage days where they locked things down and people couldn't do much. Travel's been on a wild tear since.
I mean, we had a lot of travel in 22, a lot more last year, and certainly more this year. Let's start with the people on the road. That's the biggest number. Like more than 70 million are going to be driving somewhere, 50 miles at least. What are the things people should know when they're getting out there in large crowds on the roads?
Well, I think the key is not going with the herd, because if you can get the heck on the road early in the morning, 7, 8 a.m., no later than 9, I think you can be better off. If you have to drive on Wednesday, I feel very bad for you, because I think no matter what you do, you're going to be in a mess at some point in time. Depending, again, there are a lot of variables where you're located, large urban centers, high traffic corridors. So be smart about where you're traveling from. Use tools like Waze.
Yeah, for some, if your trip is only 75 miles or less than 100, it might actually be okay if you wake up on Thanksgiving to go, right? I mean, you might even deal with a lot less traffic then.
Yeah, I think Thanksgiving morning is a fantastic time to travel. Same with like Christmas Day, great time to travel, whether it's air, car, etc. And again, earlier the better, because the surge will come later in the afternoon.
Now, as far as flying, I always get confused. AAA will say there's like 6 million people will fly. And then TSA says it expects 18 million passenger screenings between Tuesday and Sunday. Well,
right.
I don't understand. The math doesn't add up to me, but apparently it's going to be a lot of people.
It will probably be the biggest air travel day of the year coming up on Wednesday and through the holiday. And just if you're going to the airport, they always say get there 2 hours early. Check out, if you don't have TSA PreCheck and global entry, you really need to get that, because that will give you so much relief in terms of getting through quicker. But at the same time, if you don't have it, you need to make sure you're there hours in advance. I would say at a minimum 2 hours, because you could have lines literally outside the doors at some of these airports. And that's one of the most frustrating things about travel. Air travel used to be a pleasure. Now it's a nightmare and it's a necessary evil.
Yeah.
And so you just have to make sure you're there. You got the weather coming in too to a lot of these places. And something you need to be keenly aware of with the weather is the fact that if your flight is originating out of an area that's being hit, even though you're flying from sunny Fort Lauderdale, let's say, to Dallas, Texas, there's a possibility that your American Airlines flight that, let's say, originated out of Chicago, if they're getting a winter storm and they're delayed, that causes what I call a domino effect. And if it's really bad, it can affect air travel throughout the entire United States for up to 3 days to get it back on track. So you could get canceled and they'll say, hey, we're happy to rebook you on Friday. And you're saying, well, then I'm not going because I'm missing Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So any chance you can take the first flight out in the morning. And I'll tell you what, if I had a flight that was scheduled to leave at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday, I would go and look at the options, see if there's seats available on a 6 or 7 a.m. flight, and see if the airline will gladly switch you. And if there are seats available, I'm pretty sure you'll find some flexible changes without fees and anything else to get you out earlier should the seats be available, because that's one less passenger they have to accommodate should things go awry.
Now, in the last few months, the government's been cracking down on airlines and trying to put new rules, passengers' Bill of Rights. What should people know about what they can do if they have a long delay or a cancellation?
So it really comes down to where the cause is. You as a passenger, there's a contract of carriage, I'm sorry. And the thing is, pages and pages long, nobody will read it. And it basically gives the airline full flexibility if there's a natural disaster, if there's weather, if there are things that are outside of their control. If it's something where they're deliberately doing something that's basically hitting the passengers, then you can get some relief. But the only relief you can hope for is speaking to the airline, or if you are smart enough to book through a travel agent and let them go to battle for you should things go awry, then you're not the one on the phone waiting 2.5 hours on hold. That agent can go right into a res system, can see what the other options are. And if your flight's not going to get you there within a 4-hour time frame, let's say, you'll be able to make a switch to another airline. But again, these seats are all full. So even though you might have that right to do that, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to make that happen. And one last thing I should throw in, I don't want to forget it, is download the My TSA app, because that will tell you what the wait times are at the airport screening for security. So you can look, in my case, I can look at Fort Lauderdale and I can say, oh, it's 15 to 30 minutes. Cool. I'm not going to sweat it. On the other hand, it could say up to an hour and a half. Oh boy, I better get moving, and I got to get there 3 hours in advance just to be safe.
Yeah, and it depends too whether it's international or national flight. But if you're in line and at the trying to get your bags dropped off, if you're late to the airport for some reason and you don't get your bag dropped off at a certain time, it doesn't get on the plane.
Correct. So the trick on that one is, unless you get flagged at TSA going through security, take your bag into the airport as if you're going to use it as a carry-on, even if it's not the right size, because then they will be forced to gate check it for you there at the gate, and then you can get it back in baggage claim or at the gate when you arrive in your...
All right. So if you know you might not make that, just go to the TSA line.
Go to the TSA line, as long as it's going to fit through the X-ray machines. That's the X factor, and I can't comment on that.
If it's golf clubs, may not work.
Yeah, golf clubs are probably not going to let you stand in the lines, but and you have to check those bags a minimum of 1 hour before your flight, otherwise they're not making it.
One airline flying people all over the country for Thanksgiving has some financial turbulence. Spirit filed for bankruptcy last week, but is still operating, though Spirit's reduced its flying schedule during this quarter as the airline keeps losing money amid rising debt. All this after Spirit's planned merger with JetBlue never got off the ground, blocked earlier this year by federal regulators.
I think one of the mistakes was not allowing that deal to go through, and typical of bureaucrats and government regulations. If you want to become a millionaire, the joke is start with $1 billion and buy an airline, because very little things like the increase in fuel, which is their number one cost that we've seen over the last 3 years, has devastated them unless they've done this thing called hedging, where they're basically locking in a lower price over a longer period of time. But those hedges have all unraveled by now, so they're getting hit with those higher costs. they profess to be a low-cost airline, but they nail you with all the extra add-ons. You'll still see those routes being covered. And the fact that it's in bankruptcy, I would tell people, don't worry about it. A deal's going to be had. There's no way that they're going to just die off. And even if they did, you're going to see other airlines step in, buy up the leases on the planes, buy the equipment, get the gate spots, get the landing spots at the various airports, and it'll continue on. I think overall, the airlines have done a really good job in the last few years of trying to maintain their revenues and yields. That's why you haven't seen a big drop in pricing. It actually keeps inching up. And that's unusual because in the past, decades, going back decades, it was always market share wars. It was always, if a low-cost carrier came into a place, let's say Newark to Atlanta, let's say, then you would have Delta, or in that case, whatever the airlines, let's say it's LaGuardia and Atlanta, Delta would basically try to put them out of business by undercutting their fares dramatically so they could not be profitable. And it was like a war at all costs. Those days are now over, and now it's about individual profitability. And we kind of have an oligopoly with the airlines because 4 airlines control 85% of all domestic air traffic today.
And is that why Spirit's struggling?
Not so much that. Some of that's just mismanagement. When you take on a lot of debt, some of that is the fact that we had the COVID issues and everything was shut down. I think there's a huge hangover. Just look at the debt on the cruise lines. Even though they're doing much better, they have debt that's equivalent to our national debt, but on their scale. They had to take on billions and billions of dollars in debt. And I just don't see a way out for some of these folks who had to do that, given the fact that, government came in and either shut down or restricted things or made it very unpleasant. I mean, who wants to fly around with a mask on?
Do you think the industry as a whole is healthy now?
Absolutely. One of the key things for the hotel industry is when you put migrants into 20% of the hotels in New York, at in some cases $400 a night, it drives the yields of the other properties up because of a lack of supply. And so somebody who's traveling to New York City, which I'm not no fan. I used to have apartments. I had 3 apartments in New York at one point. I'm no fan of New York today. I have no interest in going to New York. But if I did want to go, I'd pay $700-800 for a Holiday Inn. And it's a matter of supply and demand. So the hotel folks are raking in the cash domestically, and they have been since the beginning of COVID, once some of the lockdowns were off. But they're doing incredibly well. Airlines overall, okay. Summer wasn't so great for some of them like Delta, but I think overall, the industry itself is incredibly healthy. And the only thing I can tell you is make sure you have a backup plan. Make sure you take advantage of your leisure time. We are going into some good times right now. The market is looking good. The travel industry is booming. I feel like there's renewed confidence. One of the reasons I'm launching my new company in early December is exactly that reason. I want to make sure that I am ready to take advantage of a rebirth in small business, which has been crushed over the last 4 years. And thank God I sold my previous company at the end of 2019. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be talking right now.
Well,
I wouldn't be starting a new company.
Well, we wish you well on that. It's called Travel Tube. And, of course, Mark Murphy is the founder, also a travel and small business analyst. Great to talk to you. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for joining us.
You as well. Have a great day.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number: 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE. 844-53-BIBLE.
Did you know that more strokes occur between November and February than any other 4-month period? The holidays can be a time of stress, disrupted routines, and overindulgence. But this holiday season, you can do something so easy to manage your heart health at home. Between doctor's visits, even while traveling, KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. My dad has one. He loves it. It records 6 lead EKGs. That's more than any smartwatch. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib, a leading cause of stroke. Now, you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. This device records more heart data than any smartwatch, but at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, you can get the KardioMobile 6L for its lowest price ever, just $99. There's no better gift for yourself or your loved ones this holiday season. And just for $99, there's no better time. Go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile 6L today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and we know that your online privacy is of the utmost importance in 2024, and that's why I use Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. This 3-in-1 subscription service features DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. But I want to tell you about the VPN experience. I'm doing show prep, research, many things that can be tracked or flagged, so that's why I trust DuckDuckGo to give me a secure Wi-Fi connection. I'm reading and researching things about the federal government, Trump, free speech, and I want to know that I'm not being tracked or traced. DuckDuckGo VPN hides my location and IP address from the websites or social media accounts that I frequent. How comforting is that? If you want the same sense of safety and security as I have, then take advantage of their free 7-day trial offer. Just visit DuckDuckGo.com/1210 today, and you'll experience what I have. After that, it's just $9.99 per month. Browser or app, mobile or desktop, up to 5 devices at once. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
This is Mike Quick. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars. PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a point-of-sale system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgrade to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install state-of-the-art Trane heating system to keep you warm. Visit us at MarvinECans.com. That's MarvinECans.com.
News. I'm Sue Guzman. President-elect Trump announcing plans to enact steep tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China starting on his first day of office. He says he's ordering the massive tariffs of 25% to force the countries to stop migrants from crossing the border illegally and to crack down on those bringing deadly drugs like fentanyl into the U.S. Federal prosecutors moving to abandon 2 criminal cases against the president-elect. Fox's David Spunt.
President-elect Donald Trump's election interference case is no more. Special counsel Jack Smith asked for the dismissal in both his cases against President-elect Trump, though we're still waiting for the appeals court to officially dismiss the documents.
And Israeli airstrikes continuing to hit Lebanon as negotiations progress toward a reported ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah militants. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Baltimore Ravens defeated the LA Chargers 30-23. Baltimore coach John Harbaugh beat his brother Jim for the 3rd time in their 3 career NFL matchups. Former New York Giants quarterback Daniel Jones cleared waivers. He is now a free agent. Las Vegas quarterback Gardner Minshew will be out for the season with a broken collarbone. The Raiders face the Kansas City Chiefs on Friday. Kristaps Porzingis scored 16 points in his season debut for the Celtics after ankle surgery. Boston beat the Clippers 126-94. 2-time defending national champ Connecticut lost lost. In the opening game of the Maui Invitational, Memphis topped the Huskies in overtime, 99-97. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The whole trans in sports deal, it is a losing issue for Democrats. Not only is it a losing issue, silence on it wasn't enough. You need to stand up and say this is not good for women's sports. I think a lot of them didn't believe that trans athletes should be competing in women's sports, quite frankly, but they stayed silent on it. Why? Because the party line was, we're going to be the side of accepting and love and forgiveness and inclusivity and all these buzzwords that you hear. So they made the stand that we're going to die on this hill. They died on it. By the way, there were some representatives that won in some red states I saw that were Democrats that said, yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm going to make sure that in this district, no biological man can compete against women in sports. Smart.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The market started the week with gains. That's not unusual since this week historically kicks off a run of strong seasonal patterns for the stock market. Since 1950, from the Tuesday before Thanksgiving to the second trading day of the new year, the S&P has risen 80% of the time with an average gain of 2.6%. That's according to the Stock Traders Almanac. So far, the S&P has been up more than 20% this year. A federal judge is expressing skepticism about Google's defense in a Justice Department lawsuit accusing the company of allegedly monopolizing ad technology. Google says some of its conduct can be justified because it was helping advertisers. The judge is expected to rule by the end of the year on this case that involves technology that matches online advertisers to consumers. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles and gifts for women and men. Shop on TV or online. Plus, new JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop at jtv.com/radio.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay? Between you and me, it was lower testosterone. Lower T? Yeah. The doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference. Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real? For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed the change in me.
Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Get ready because Black Friday is on at Gerhardt's Appliances, and it's bigger than ever. We're pulling out all of the stops with this Samsung 4-piece stainless steel package for just $9.99. That's right, $9.99 after rebate. Looking to upgrade your refrigerator to counter depth and have air fry in your range? Well, we got you with this LG 4-piece package for only $19.99 after rebate. Only at Gerhardt's Appliances, the heart of the kitchen for over 80 years.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
our representative, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Don't miss out on Black Friday sales, live now through November 30th.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, November 30th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday at noon.
Black Friday savings have arrived early at Hester Chevy in Philadelphia. The Red Tech Savings Event is here with as low as 0% APR for 60 months on select new Chevy models, Blazer EV, Silverado EV, and more. Why wait until Black Friday when you can celebrate savings all month long? Experience the difference at Hester Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out at HesterChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Hester Chevrolet!
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, November 26th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. The Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. What a loaded show we have for you this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday,
as
indeed.
Greg says.
As Greg would say.
Yeah.
Gregory?
Yeah, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to go.
Woo! Is it?
Only 2 shows this week, but,
That's right.
They'll be good ones.
Yes. Is it me, or are the cameras very close on all of us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
I mean,
man.
Half the time you see, like, all of my notes on the desk.
Zoom out, buddy. Zoom out.
And now you can see my man boobs.
Like, man boobs, nostrils.
Yeah, nostrils, my nose hair.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be that up close and personal with the 3 of us. Well, maybe Dawn.
Well, maybe Dawn,
No.
yes. Perhaps.
Not Nick and I.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, we're ready to go this morning. Let's
lot
do
of good
this.
stuff. A lot of good stuff. Big take this morning as we will highlight how the new incoming administration will weed out all of the DEI stuff in all of our institutions, from the military to schools to media. That seems to be a big shift in focus. Also, a lot of corporations, Walmart, Toyota. We'll talk about that this morning. Updates with the Trump lawfare. Court cases aplenty coming and going. We'll give you the latest on all 4 after 2 updates yesterday. Also, Kamala Harris has been surrounding herself with close confidants, friends, family, loved ones, and she's not ruling out a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback.
I've been here for years.
Kamala's been in California for years. She might make a comeback in 2026. She might make a comeback in 2028, says the lady who's really never, ever won a primary in her life. But, third time's the charm is what they say. So we'll get to that. Also, media wars. Why legacy media is throwing a hissy fit against the new modern media. We'll get to that this morning. And a very big court case across the pond that resonates with me.
Uh-oh.
I'll just leave it there.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
We'll talk about it. It has something to do with one of my physical traits that I actually enjoy. I relish.
Is it one of the traits that's going to kill you?
No.
Okay,
No.
good.
And there's plenty of those. There is plenty of those. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Also, Jaguar, Wicked the movie.
Wicked.
We got a lot of good stuff on the cut sheet. And that's all still ahead this morning. But before we get to that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 right off the top here at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon on this 51-degree day where we may see some sprinkles. Right now it's spitting outside just a little bit, 51 degrees. In the news this morning, remember this is a Kayal and Company News follow-up. Remember that we had talked about that group of youths, the juveniles, who were accused of being behind a series of those violent attacks that were random. They would often come, you'd see them, they released the video and the surveillance images of them in Center City areas and also Logan Square. And they would come up behind somebody, usually a woman, and brutally attack. One of the women ended up with serious head injuries, a concussion, hospitalization. Well, now we're told by police that these 6 young people, all underage juveniles, they have surrendered to Philadelphia police after those very clear images, we talked about this late last week, were released.
Mm-hmm. Now, are these the pop-up events or are these different events?
No, these were the 6. There were 6 or 7 of them that the victims were they were attacking victims from behind. And it was bizarre.
Attacking a female on
usually
top of
a
attacking
woman.
a female from behind.
Hitting them on the back of the head. I think one of the women got a concussion. Like it was serious stuff.
Yeah.
Cowardice.
Yeah, attacking them from behind, shoving the woman to the ground. And these kids, by the way, ages 13 to 15.
Throw the book at these kids.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're not kids, they're animals.
No, yeah,
Anybody
right.
who does that has no moral compass and can't be redeemed, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, that's just awful.
In the case, and here's the other thing, there's no comment from their school, but detectives say all of these kids, ages 13 to 15, attend the charter school Anthony Wayne Academy in Germantown. So they actually go to a charter school, which generally speaking, that says something. In the case, though, police are saying the parents are the ones who brought the kids in.
Oh, all
recognize
right. So
their own children.
Yeah. All right. So the parents bring them in, and they put them in a charter school. So I don't know that we can really blame the parents for, youths that somehow just go astray.
Yeah, they said that none of these young teens have any kind of a prior juvenile record. They don't have an explanation as to why it was random. They didn't know the people.
Social media.
I think that's a good theory, but they're not releasing that information.
So these are very good parents because they were willing to turn their kids in like I would. I know we've discussed in the past if all of our children committed murder, I'm the only one that would do the right thing and turn them in. You guys would harbor fugitives from law.
The problem is that this is a bad, look, we all Dawn aside, we all get into a little bit of mischief, a little bit of trouble, when we're younger. But stuff like this is just, there's no, this is just such a lack of morality and good judgment.
Right.
That no, I think that they all serve a long time.
Yeah.
For this.
Whatever happened to sticking like chalk in your teacher's erasers? Now we just crack old ladies in the back of the head from behind.
Well, actually, one of the victims weren't all like.
No, one of them was in her 30s.
Oh.
And they were all different ages.
I think the woman who had a concussion was 24.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, these.
It was very random. I mean, it was
any descriptions.
bizarre.
Any descriptions of these juveniles, Dawn? Just curious.
Well, we have their pictures. I mean, they've and that's what prompted the parents to. You can see these digital surveillance cameras that are now, these are on the streets of Philadelphia and especially in some of the shopping areas and that sort of thing. So they're very clear images.
But no names because they're minors, correct?
Right.
Okay.
But you can see their pictures. They're online. The parents saw them, and that's from police. They said they could not have asked for more from the parents. Parents brought in their kids and wanted to fully cooperate, and we're not having tolerance. In this case, it looks like they'll be through juvenile court because they have no priors, but they do face assault, conspiracy, and other charges.
And they're all males? The
perps? No, girls and it's like
some
half
of the
and
girls
half.
are some of the girls are the criminals as well.
Horrendous.
Girls and boys.
Horrendous.
Wow,
six of them.
I'd have to tell.
Six of them are girls.
No. I would. It looks from the pictures like 3 are girls and 3 are guys.
But in this day and age, you never know. They could be identifying.
Yeah, because they have hoodies. Some of them. Yeah. But it's just, and that's just it. That the police are saying we don't know the motive except for what Greg suggested. That's a running theory. So we'll continue to follow that one. Suburban police saying that more victims now have come forward accusing a Bucks County man of drugging and raping them. And so this is from the DA's office, now says a total of 12 women have come forward saying they were victims of Andrew Gallo. He's from Bristol Township. This is Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Of the victims, 10 of these women, ages 17 to early 30s, say they met him on a dating website and then were given spiked drinks. So it's believed he spiked their drinks with methamphetamine, among other things.
Jeez.
What Dawn, just curious, because I know the answer to this. What was the dating website that these people were on?
I will say that the dating sites now being named are, Tinder, other mainstream sites.
Yeah.
But initially, we were told it was sugardaddy.com.
Sugardaddy.com.
Yeah. I've got 2 accounts there.
So
when I'm not on bucksonly.com.
Look, I of course, this is horrific stuff. Yeah. But maybe don't go on sugardaddy.com.
Right.
Just my own personal opinion.
And even some of these other more mainstream dating sites, to meet in a coffee shop in the public, because apparently there were Molly or methamphetamine or other drugs.
Listen to you, Molly. You sound like one of the Utes.
Utes, that's what the cops, that's what the cops were saying. So it's in the police report.
We used to call it ecstasy, but
Well, in this one, the victims said that this guy, in some cases, is accused of, he's one of his charges is he would strangle them, and so this was a violent, freaky situation, according to these victims' reports. He allegedly used the usernames Drewster420 and KAE. That's according to investigators.
KAE.
KAE.
Anytime you have a username or a screen name that ends in 420, you can't take that person seriously, right? I mean, that was like funny when you were like in high school.
Yeah.
And your screen name was Bobby420. Come on, dude.
Yeah, so they continue to put out this information and the user names because they believe there may be even more victims out there. During a search of his home, the detectives say that they found a victim actually at his home at the time when they did the search, along with a bottle of alcohol that had been laced with drugs, including methamphetamine. So this guy, they're now upping these charges. By the way, Norristown, Montgomery County, the police chief there has been placed on administrative leave. Municipal Administrator Leonard Leitner made this big announcement that Chief Jacqueline Bailey Davis took office not even a year ago. It was 10, 11 months ago. And they made the big announcement, if you remember at the time, that this was the first black female to hold that post. They made a big deal of that. But now Norristown officials are being quite not commenting and being quite quiet about revealing the circumstances of this decision, saying it's a, quote, confidential personnel matter.
Okay.
Police chief is out in Norristown.
I love how it's always confidential and withheld because, you don't want to insinuate and speculate on certain things. Okay.
So there's a little story about an Uber Eats driver. I know many of us have used Uber Eats. Maybe you want to order a little something, a little burger, maybe a little burrito. But this one started with an Uber Eats driver who had a pickup in Lindenwold, New Jersey, and she was in the middle of the delivery and what she believed was a big burrito meal. This is according to Washington Township Police. Well, the package looked like it contained a foil-wrapped burrito, some soup, a container full of hot soup, and a bottle of water. Well, while she was driving, something did not smell like a burrito.
Oh, my goodness.
And I don't know if it smelled a little skunky or a little herbal or what, but she was sure that something was not right. So she pulled over in Washington Township and called police, said this is something with this burrito is not right, and was very suspicious. And so the police inspected this, they unwrapped the foil. No, it was not a burrito meal. There was no meat. There was no wrap. There was no lettuce or beans or rice. It was a big old, like a glob of marijuana.
Cool.
Wrapped in foil.
What? A glob of marijuana.
Like a big glob of...
it was the burrito.
Yeah.
It was the burrito blunt.
Yeah. So I'm getting a few chuckles about this. So they're saying that they cannot explain this. Did somebody at the takeout spot when they went to the pickup window, did they maybe lay down one thing and pick up another?
Yeah.
So they are investigating this.
What do you like on your weed, Greg? You like pico, guac, or queso?
I like some queso on my weed.
Yeah, queso's not a bad
Ooh.
idea.
But good for her. Thank goodness she didn't drop it off. Maybe she would have gotten in trouble or not had she delivered it to the next. So I don't know if she had to go back to the place. And
What was the establishment that they got it from? Are they naming it?
They're not naming it. They're just saying it was a...
I mean, it's got to be one of the big chains, right?
Yeah.
That starts with a C, or maybe the other one that starts with a Q.
Yeah. But they're not naming it.
Yeah. Interesting.
They're in South Jersey. So.
I mean, look, if you've ever seen some of these kids that work at, some of these establishments, they're like,
yeah. 72% of them are stoned.
What do you want on that?
Dude. Dude, did anybody...
How much meat?
Steak or chicken?
How much meat?
Okay. Is that a bowl or a wrap?
The worst is when you go, and I don't know if it's Chipotle. I'm just naming that. But like when you go into Chipotle and order something, and you give them more than one order, like if you have a big, oh my lord,
their heads explode.
Their heads explode.
I know.
It's like one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, I want this bowl.
Right.
Brown rice, black beans, whatever.
Yeah.
And they have to go get a manager.
Yeah, we're not doing all the substitutes, pal, all right?
Guac.
Do you offer gluten-free? No, I don't.
Guac is extra, right? Yes, I understand that. Fine. Whatever you're going to charge me, just hurry it up.
Yeah. I went to a local on Saturday. I grabbed a hoagie at a local hoagie joint.
Yeah, hoagie.
And I told them no lettuce on the hoagie.
Yep.
And they looked at me like I was speaking Japanese.
Well, I mean, you should. That's not like you need lettuce on it.
It's just filler. It's vegetable bread. Get it out of there. Give me the meat and the cheese and
Really?
sweet peppers, roasted peppers.
I mean, I'm fine with all that, but no lettuce, really?
I skipped it. Yeah, it's just too much. Taking up too much space.
I don't like that. Yeah.
Well, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Yes, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping, 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That is josephanthony.com on this cloudy, drizzly, 51-degree day. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17, so we've got the camera up very close on me. By the way, my chair is sinking mid-show.
Uh-oh.
So if, like, all of a sudden I look like I'm disappearing, no, I'm not on an escalator or an elevator. It's just my chair's collapsing.
The lighting on these.
Lighting is awful.
Yeah, it's just.
So we're going out with a bang today, folks.
Yeah,
so what the hell? Let's let it ride.
We need this fixed.
That's right. All right, 6:17. Let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And it is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. Out with the woke and in with the winning. You know, very few subscribe to progressive ideologies. We know that left-wing policies fail. And since wokeness was defeated in the election 3 weeks ago today, it's time to put an end to the practices in real life in many of our institutions here in this country. And that is precisely what is coming right now and this January. From the military to the media to our schools to corporations, the pendulum has swung back to common sense, normalcy, and merit. And there's many that will be leading this charge. Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene has claimed that her congressional oversight role with the newly created Department of Government Efficiency won't leave room to care about people's feelings, as she'll be too busy rooting out institutional waste and doling out pink slips to government employees. In an interview Sunday morning with Maria Bartiromo, MTG said, quote, "We'll be looking into everything from government-funded media programs like NPR that spread nothing but Democrat propaganda," end quote. And I think I speak for all of us on this show when we say that we are behind NPR no longer being taxpayer-funded when companies like us have to fight and claw for every ad dollar as a for-profit business. And also, speaking of Georgia, the university system of Georgia set to ban all DEI and commit to neutrality and teach the Constitution. How about that? According to reports, the university system of Georgia's board has recommended a number of new and revised policies for its institutions, such as a commitment to institutional neutrality, the prohibiting of DEI tactics, and a mandatory education in America's founding documents. Georgia's 26 public colleges and USG institutions shall remain neutral on social and political issues, unless such an issue is directly related to the institution's core mission. Ideological tests, affirmations, and oaths, including diversity statements, will now be banned from admission processes and decisions, employment processes and decisions, and institution orientation and training for both students and employees. No applicant for admission shall be asked to or required to affirmatively ascribe to or opine about political beliefs, affiliations, ideals, or principles as a condition for admission. Additionally, the universities will hire based on a person's qualifications and their ability. Well, golly gee, how about that? What a novel concept, merit-based admissions. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, hardly a friend of the right, but even she realizes how absurd this woke victimhood culture is, and she's had enough of the far left and their absurd message about America. Listen and watch this.
Well, I started thinking about my own life and how that mindset was actually having a real world impact on my life in terms of like just this defeatist attitude, feeling as though I don't have all these opportunities that people used to have in this country. And look, some things have devolved in this country. Like that's certainly true. However, there is a reason why so many people from all around the world are trying to come in to the United States. This is a land of opportunity, even still. And I want to find ways to empower people to get after it, to go for their dreams, to not have a defeatist attitude or mentality. I don't want to infantilize people. I think people, regardless of their race, regardless of where they come from, have the capacity to do amazing things. And what I am just disgusted by right now with one faction on the left, it's not everyone on the left, but it is a faction. They are very successful themselves. They've gone to wonderful universities. They've gotten a great education. They have lucrative careers. But their lucrative career really hinges on spreading this message that there are no opportunities left in America. Okay, everything is, all of our systems are set up in a way to discriminate against certain groups of people. They're never going to be able to make it unless we burn the system down. And what that does is it puts ideas, it plants a seed in people's heads, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
She is 100% spot on. Even Liz Warren might be on the verge of playing along. According to Politico, headline, this is the new progressive strategy for warring with Donald Trump. Even Senator Liz Warren is finding common ground with Donald Trump. They write, quote, progressive Democrats wrestling with how to navigate a second Donald Trump presidency are settling on a new approach. Take his populist, working class proposals at his word, or at least pretend to. If he succeeds, they can take some credit for bringing him to the table. If he doesn't, they can bash him. It's a change in strategy emerging in private conversations amongst some liberal elected officials and operatives that comes after years of resisting Trump, ending with him returning to the White House, end quote. And DEI is about to face major obstacles from the Trump administration in the workplace as well, starting right away in 2025. According to reports, multiple state attorney generals will work in conjunction with Trump to end the corporate DEI initiatives that don't embrace diversity in thought, but only seek to fill racial quotas. Companies include Google, Target, American Express, Walmart, MasterCard, Bank of America, and Johnson & Johnson. And Trump has even claimed that Christopher Rufo has his ear on how to end the DEI facade in the public school system by ending funding for public schools at the state level. But last but not least, DEI in the military. If you were on the front lines in combat, would you want the most qualified, badass, and deserving soldier at your side protecting your life? Or would you want somebody who's less qualified but checks off a box or two? I know what my answer is. Pete Hegseth is under the microscope as one of Donald Trump's more controversial nominations. Here is what he had to say recently about the institutional rot in the military from forced hiring measures. Listen and watch this.
And that's why I think it's our only way out is, and that's why I do think we're at an existential moment. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here when it comes to the DOD. I think we're at a get off the pot moment.
Yeah.
We are at a tipping point for total institutional corruption. And Trump has a chance to reverse that should he, when he wins. Because what the military did, I didn't finish the thought on that, is they committed a Bud Light. Like in search of a non-traditional constituency, they offended their core constituency. So there aren't enough lesbians in San Francisco to man the 82nd Airborne.
Mm-hmm.
And in trying to cater to that, they lost the boys from Tennessee and Kentucky and Oklahoma. The traditional dudes who did it because they loved their country, or they wanted the adventure, or they, wanted to try tough things, or they need an up and out of their community, whatever it is. They're like, if I wanted to do the woke crap, I could go to the local community college. Being transgendered in the military causes complications and differences. And the book kind of lays out the common arguments that those on the left or others make, which are baked in social justice. So it started, you saw it under Clinton with the tinkering of Don't Ask, Don't Tell and the reasons for those changes. And I talked to some of the people involved in when that was changed. But it really started to accelerate under Obama. And you saw the trans stuff come at the end of the Obama administration. You saw the women in combat come at the end of the Obama administration. It's because they looked around at the bureaucracies that they controlled in Washington, and the one that was that they didn't control. Obama spent a disproportionate amount of time focusing on the Pentagon. They were skeptical of leadership and eventually brought in political appointees and generals who would do their bidding the way they wanted, which, as you know, in a top-down organization changes the ethos of the whole thing.
You know, if you have common sense, merit is the guiding principle, especially on the battle lines of war. If you're a lady, if you're LGBTQ+, and you can do the job with the physical standards that match the men, more power to you. Welcome to the club. Military, police, fire, EMS. If not, sorry. Better luck next time. I'm not looking to lower the bar in uber important professions under the ruse of inclusion. That clip from a while back is relevant today because the latest report from the New York Times, where they write that Donald Trump is expected to kick transgender troops out of U.S. military as early as January 20th. That, according to a new report, the move would remove about 15,000 transgender active service members. They would be medically discharged, which would determine that they were unfit to serve. It also would, quote, lead to a ban on trans people joining the military and would come at a time when almost all branches of the American Armed Forces are failing to meet recruitment targets, end quote. Hopefully that transition would take place in time before America is pulled into a looming World War III, especially considering we haven't met recruitment goals. Democrats lost the election for many reasons, but one of which was the emphasis on the culture wars in America, in all of our institutions. Donald Trump won because he focused on the matters that Americans care most about. And elections have consequences, one of which is the woke brigade is over. So it's out with the old and in with the new old. And that is winning. And not everybody can win. Not everybody gets invited to the party. And you're just going to have to accept that or be better. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. If you have water on your property and it's giving you a headache, perhaps soggy yards, damp patio, or a pool area that's getting swampy, visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. It is your drainage solution. That's GardenStateEarthworks.com or call 856-848-4444. We'll come back, get some thoughts on that. Also, some big news yesterday from Washington, D.C., as Donald Trump's cases are now apparently history. We'll talk about it on the other side. Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Thanksgiving, we're serving up an epic football moment with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. It's the best feature of this. If you ask me, just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. FanDuel.com/Greg. Join now if you have not done so and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make this Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Whew. Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Radio listeners can enjoy reliving their meaningful memories for an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. And during our Black Friday event, there's never been a better time to preserve your past. Legacy Box start at only $27, with savings of over $400 when you digitize your whole collection.
Legacy Box is simple and safe. We digitize everything by hand here in the USA. You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
Make the holidays special and shop our best deal of the year. Visit LegacyBox.com to shop our Black Friday event and take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. That's LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. LegacyBox.com/value.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
And we're rolling on the river. Listen to the story. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. And I never lost 1 minute of sleep. And I was worried about the way that things might have been.
6:30
6:35. It is Kayal and Company. Welcome back in live on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch the show live on YouTube. We'll get to Donald Trump's court cases, a couple of updates yesterday that are very good news. Also, will Kamala Harris attempt not one, but maybe multiple comebacks as a new report is out that says the current Veep in her final days is keeping all options on the table. But before we get to all of that, this seems to be the shift that we are seeing now as Trump is filling out his administration, whether it's at the border, whether it's the Secretary of Treasury. You're realizing, just who he is selecting, what they are for, what they stand for, what they're about, and what the goals are. I kind of liked seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we all know I have a love-hate relationship with. She's going to be apparently a part of the Doge led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, rooting out some of the stuff like NPR, which we've all talked about recently with some of their absurd coverage and media bias and stories. And oh, by the way, that it's basically funded by you, the taxpayer. But I wanted to get into some of the bigger issues on the school front, in the military, and also with corporations. Just saw this story late last night. Walmart joins Ford, John Deere, Toyota, and other major companies in ditching the controversial DEI initiatives. Dawn, your thoughts on all of the woke nonsense that is kind of infiltrated and permeated almost every institution in this country? Because it seems like, at least on that front, forget election results, Democrat, Republican, common sense versus left wing, you could argue that's all cyclical. I don't think this woke DEI stuff is cyclical. I think this thing is going to be rooted out, and I think the longer Trump and J.D. Vance remain in office for 4, 8, or 12 years, the further we will be removed from all of these silly practices. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I just think that this past election was a referendum on so much, and it was so much more than Trump, and that's I think what the already irrelevant media doesn't quite realize. It's not about Trump. It's about us. It's about, we're sick and tired of all the baggage and all of this crud and all of the government overreach and overbearing media and lectures. And it's been an upside down land we've been living in. And people just said, no, this is insane. And we're not taking it. And that's in part what this past election was. It was just people saying, nope, not going to do this anymore. And I think that we'll roll all of this back because it's crazy. It's all just crazy.
It is. And, you see it at the schools. We talk about it from Title IX. You see it in corporations with these ridiculous programs. I've always said that the big corporations can do the DEI stuff and afford the, quote, bottom line hit for the sake of their ridiculous social credit score, because at the end of the day, if you're running Walmart, your life ultimately won't change drastically if productivity drops off because you want to check off boxes. But you never see DEI practiced in small businesses with 10 or less employees, because your bottom line is dependent upon profit and you live paycheck to paycheck, right? I always use the example for 3 years on this show. If I'm owning a local pizza shop and I've got 8 employees, I want the 8 best employees. I don't need to have 1 Asian person, 1 gay person, 1 trans person, 2 females, a black guy, and 3 other white people to fill diversity quotas, because I'm living paycheck to paycheck, even though I think a lot of young people are under the misguided illusion that being a small business owner is some lucrative career. Oh, you get to be your own boss. Yeah, except for when the phone rings at 2 a.m. and there's a leak at your place or your building catches on fire. You're the one that has to get up out of bed and handle those issues. But I tell you, there's nothing bigger, I think, than rotting out. And that's why I wanted to play the Hegseth clip, because he's brutally honest about what he said in those clips about, you don't have enough lesbians in the Bay Area to fill the 82nd Infantry and things like that. I can't imagine what it would be like to be in combat on the front lines. We talked to so many military people, Travis Manion Foundation. We talked to so many people. By the way, Andy Chan, Holiday Block Party coming back up again, 5th annual, Friday, December 20th, honoring families behind the badge. If you're a police officer, if you're a firefighter, do you want somebody next to you in a life or death situation that is less than the best? Less than qualified, 70% of what that person could be in order to check off a box? I don't. And if that offends somebody, well, I'm not really concerned about your feelings. I want to be next to the most qualified people, regardless of how they were born or how they choose to live their life. So I'm just so glad to see a lot of this being wiped away. And this whole nonsense with inclusion. Life is not about inclusion when it comes to merit-based decision-making, right? All this, well, I want to be you know what? I'd like to join the cricket club in Philadelphia. You know what? I don't make enough money, nor do I have enough connections to get on that golf course. That's just a fact of life. You don't see me crying about it saying, let me in. I deserve to be a part. No, I don't. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. So this whole DEI stuff, I said it from Jump Street, it's not inclusive. It's exclusionary in nature because right off the top, you're eliminating some of your most qualified people in order to fill a quota. It made no sense, and it's also against the law.
Yeah, and it's against the law, and also it's something that initially, when they first talked about it, diversity. Well, that sounds nice. Diversity.
Only
and then
an appearance.
Equity. Yeah. And then equity sounds a lot like equality, except it's not equality.
Correct.
And then inclusion. Well, we all want to be inclusive. It's, I think that normal people, busy people, didn't really see this coming and didn't understand what the agenda was.
Yep.
And so what did it lead to? It led to bullying. It led to discrimination, exclusion, and then indoctrination, especially in schools.
Yeah.
And so that's when we had, as I've said, white boys in grade schools and middle schools apologizing for being a white boy.
Right, when you've done nothing wrong.
And that's horrible.
Yes, I agree. And I didn't notice it. And Hegseth lays it out really well, that it didn't start until midway through the second Obama term. Like this nonsense did not exist in the first Obama term. But by so it was 2008 to 2012, and then 2012 to 2016. My girls were born in 2014. Midway through Obama's second term, when I started paying more attention to politics, and I was still in sports, I was still in Philadelphia doing sports radio at the time. That's when I started to notice this to really creep in. Then Trump puts up the wall, so to speak, on that ridiculousness in 2016, and then it came back with a vengeance in 2020, and it was just jammed down our throat. So I love seeing it being rooted out because, again, I want the best people. And, that's why I think sports are the ultimate test. Sports are all about who's qualified, who's the best to be out there on that field, on that court, on the ice rink or whatever it is. Could you imagine if, pro football franchises were drafting players based on hitting quotas? Your team would stink. You imagine if Jeffrey Lurie went to Howie Roseman and said, hey, you got, 9 draft picks this year? I need at least 1 gay guy and 2 Asian players. I don't care if they're good enough, Howie, but we got to hit some quotas. Your team would suck, right? It's all about finding the best people for the job in any walk of life. And I just, if that bothers people, I don't know what to tell you. That's what made America great, and hopefully that is what continues to happen here in the coming years. 855-839-1210. We'll get you updated. Trump court cases yesterday. Jack Smith in the news. And then we'll get to Kamala Harris in hour number 2. And then I teased a ruling from a high court. I'll give you a second layer to this. Apparently calling a man bald, like me right here, bald by choice, by the way, embrace the baldness, is now considered sexual harassment. We'll talk about it. 7 o'clock hour. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There is no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season, and that's why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles are partnering right now with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. You can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms throughout December 16th to donate a new unwrapped toy. Please do this. Your support is going to make the holidays a little brighter for a local child. Find that dealership nearest you or online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you and happy holidays from our friends at Piazza.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now at Window Nation, save 50% on all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, sale ends November 30th. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is... me!
That's why California psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040. Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.651. It's Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. Yesterday was Monday, and yesterday, not a great day officially for Jack Smith.
I feel for him.
I do not, but the breaking news coming down yesterday, Merrill Reese, is that the Justice Department has officially moved to dismiss its 2020 election interference case against Donald Trump after his presidential victory. You know, it seems like just yesterday, it was 2023, it was March, right around St. Patrick's Day, if I recall correctly, on my calendar, and Alvin Bragg filed those official charges against Donald Trump, and that began the year to year and a half of political lawfare against Donald Trump. And here we are now on November 26th. And essentially, we have closure on all of the cases, a few of them officially not technically over. We'll give you those specifics in just a moment. But just think back on all of the characters, right? You had Jack Smith, you had Letitia James, you had Fonnie Willis, you had Alvin Bragg, you had Juan Merchan, you had Merrick Garland, Jack Engeron, Tanya Chutkin, all prosecutors, attorney generals, or judges. Then you throw in 2 assassination attempts, Thomas Matthew Crooks, Ryan Wesley Ruth, and of course, Trump's political opponent in the election, Kamala Harris. And they have all swung and they have all come up short of their intended goal of either defeating him in an election, killing him, or imprisoning him before an election. As yesterday, we get closure on the January 6th Washington, D.C. case. That is officially dropped. Special counsel Jack Smith requesting that all charges be dropped. Also, the classified documents case in Florida at Mar-a-Lago has been dismissed. The hush money case with Alvin Bragg in New York, we know, is concluded. Sentencing has been postponed indefinitely. What that means is that Alvin Bragg basically will wait until Donald Trump's term is over and then try to impose the punishment when he is 83 years old or whatever the math might be on Trump. And the Georgia election interference case has been on hold for quite some time, with the appeals court halted until the challenge to District Attorney Fonnie Willis and her lover Nathan Wade is resolved. I know, Dawn, you had some thoughts on this because that came across yesterday, and probably nothing bigger than the January 6th case with Jack Smith.
Yeah, and I think that the Bragg case is also effectively over. I think that one what he was trying to do was keep that hanging over Trump's head, obviously, and they weren't having it. It was pretty obvious. But I believe that one is effectively over as what they're doing is opposing this argument and opposing him trying to keep that over his, keep that over his head.
Yep.
They're not going to get away with that.
No, I would agree. And it's just, we talked about the timing. Remember, Trump officially declared that he was going to run for president again almost 2 years ago. I think it was November 16th, 2022. And then we get to the beginning of starting to sift through who the Republican options would be right around the end of the winter, beginning of spring 2023. And every time that there was something negative in the media, bad PR for the Biden-Harris administration or Hunter Biden, there would be just coincidentally within a day or two, big revelations on the court case front with Donald Trump. And we talked about the coordination, the orchestration of all of this. And here we are. And honest to God, it felt like that stretch of the spring into the summer of 2023. We talked about two things. We talked about Bud Light and court cases, right? Like that was in our show sheet in the news almost on a weekly, if not a daily basis. Yet here we are yesterday, and I think one of the quotes was upholding and continuing the precedent of not trying to imprison a sitting president. yet they were willing to throw precedent out the window for a year and a half with political lawfare against a political rival's top opponent. So kind of interesting that they resort back to probably what they should have adhered to all along, because I think most of us were of the belief that these cases do not come to light if Donald Trump decided to 2 years ago not run for office again. I find it very hard to believe. Maybe one of these cases come forward. Letitia James and Alvin Bragg, they did campaign on this back in 2021. But I highly doubt all four of these come to light if he said, you know what, I'm good. I did my thing. I lost in 2020. It's time to pass the torch. I don't think we were ever talking about the volume of cases that we did for the last year and a half.
Yeah, and the statement yesterday from Trump was that lawfare against him was a political hijacking. And, he talked about that he persevered against all these odds and won. And so to me, the fact that all of these cases, the timing of them, and the fact that, and I hope all of this comes out. I hope for transparency. There were reports, remember, that the prosecutor from Georgia had gone to the White House. We know that from some of those records. Who did she meet with? How is it that you had people from DOJ and they show up in some of these local cases in New York? And I think all of it in a cumulative way, the public looked at this and said, boy, this smells and smacks of persecution. Mm-hmm. And now I know that it goes away because it's essentially against the law for him to become president and have these cases. Mm-hmm. But the truth of the matter is that I think that these were going to go away no matter what.
Yeah. Be interesting to see, we're now 3 weeks removed from the election. You have all these exit polls. I'd love to hear from people, and I know how this audience feels, but just across the country, how much the weaponized government and DOJ led to maybe a deciding factor for some that were on the fence, that were independents, that were moderates, maybe were moderate Democrats that went the other way because of this as one of, if not the reason, and I don't think this would be just the reason. The economy, the border, wars like that, probably more paramount. But it's all history now, and we move forward.
We move forward, but we paid for it.
Well, I'll tell you
Think of how costly all of this was.
No doubt. It's all funded with your tax dollars, right? But you talk about uncovering some of the stuff behind the scenes. Kash Patel has now been reportedly in the mix, not for necessarily the top spot of the FBI, which would be Christopher Wray's replacement, or the DOJ. He's a lawyer as well. But there's reports out there that he is in the mix and likely to be a very high-ranking member of the FBI. I think Axios labeled him yesterday as a Trump ultra loyalist. And he has come out in many different sound bites and video clips over the last year that I think he knows a lot of stuff. He's another one of those flamethrowers. And I think a lot of Trump supporters would love to see him in one of those roles. I know a lot of people have been hoping that he will land in one of those spots. So we'll keep you updated if that officially becomes a thing before we get out of here before Thanksgiving. All right, hour number 2 is on the way. Kamala Harris in the news. Donald Trump in the news as well, and Dawn Stensland has some news, and she will kick that off in the 7 o'clock hour as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want to grow your savings even when interest rates drop? Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options with amazing rates like our 15 and 24-month certificates to lock in higher earnings. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't go through another winter spending your hard-earned money on high heating costs or wrapped in the blankets on a couch as cold air comes rushing through your old drafty windows and doors. Upgrade your home with professionally installed energy-efficient windows and doors from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is celebrating the holidays with their big end-of-year sales event. Get 40% off each window you buy. Yep, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company underway as we continue here on this Tuesday morning, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. What an epic temper tantrum that you will hear coming up in the cut sheet this morning as the CEO of Axios gets severely triggered over Elon Musk giving a platform for citizen journalists. I know that is killing mainstream and legacy media, that many people continue to pivot away from news networks and the traditional suspects of mis and disinformation. That coming up 7:45 today. Also, we've had these conversations on how you need to act in a movie theater before. AMC movie theaters putting out an edict for the new Wicked reboot, which my wife and I actually saw 15 years ago on Broadway.
Ugh.
Yeah, we went and saw it in, I think, 2008 or 2009, right after we got married.
Sounds horrendous.
It was horrific, but I had a lot of red wine, and it was a good time, so
Yeah.
we had a good time there. And also a high court ruling on equality laws when it pertains to bald men in the workplace. I think I have my my little get out of jail for free card when Odyssey finally whacks me. I'm going to claim it's because I'm bald and they didn't like it. All right, we'll get to all of that coming up, as well as Kamala Harris. What does she have planned after her little holiday hiatus? Politico with an interesting report. We'll kick that around as well. But before that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04, the great Dawn Stenzel.
So in the news this morning, on this Tuesday morning, November 26th, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat, spa and salon. So earlier, Nick Kayal had talked about the death of DEI as far as being dumped by big corporations, especially Walmart leading the way with that one. Well, with that in mind, I will report to you in Philadelphia, there's a new job opening in Philadelphia City Hall. The job that was formerly held by Selena Morrison, who was hailed as the first openly transgender person to lead a Philadelphia city office, and who we reported on a lot last March.
Yes.
Selena Morrison.
This was on the Vine Street Expressway, right?
Yes, sir.
I remember this story.
National news.
Yep.
Because it was following a controversial traffic stop. Well, the word is that Selena Morrison is no longer the city's head of the LGBTQ affairs department.
Oh, so how long was the tenure? A year and a half?
Morrison was appointed by former mayor Jim Kenney.
That's right.
So this was an inherited situation for the current mayor.
Okay.
I will say.
Sure. So Sherelle Parker determined that she had to go in another direction?
You know what? They're not saying.
Oh,
they're simply the only statement they released, and it was Philadelphia Gay News. They broke the story, and others have now picked it up. But the only statement is, quote, from City Hall, a nationwide search for an individual to lead our Office of LGBTQ plus affairs will commence immediately, and the administration is committed to filling the position with a qualified individual as soon as possible. As this is a personnel action, the administration will have no further comment.
No further comment. Did we ever get an update on the officer that was
involved? He was fired.
That's right. He was. Okay. Yeah.
He was fired.
I forgot about that.
And if you remember, just for those who might just need a refresh on this, this was Morrison, who is the first trans individual, a biological born male, but now identifying and dressed as a female, and married to a husband, Mr. Darius McLean.
That's right.
They were in separate vehicles, and so the officer pulls over with a lot of there was a lot of cause or probable cause. Pulls over McLean because of a lot of different issues that we had reported at the time, and so at that point, we had the LGBTQ plus department head Morrison get out of the first vehicle that Morrison was driving, and the officer was saying to both of them, get back in the vehicle, get back in the vehicle. Both of them getting out of the vehicle.
Yep.
Morrison yelling, and you can hear it on the video. Do you know I work for City Hall? I work, for the Philadelphia. I work. I forget what the exact quote was, but I work for the mayor. That was the quote. I work for the mayor. And so the officer then followed all the protocols. If you technically look at, if you get out of your vehicle and you're, coming from behind the officer at a stop,
right? Because
the officer doesn't know these two individuals are together as a domestic, and that's the way they're trained.
And just because you say you work for the mayor, I don't know that for a fact. I can't confirm that, and that to me is no different than like the Tyreek Hill situation. I'm an NFL player, so. What, just because you work for the mayor or you're a pro athlete, you're above following protocol? No.
Yeah. So in that one, and the officer was relatively new, a year on the job, but had been at the top of the class, Pennsylvania State Trooper.
Yeah.
And graduated at the top of the class and was already, had been considered a top cadet.
Right. Sergeant Mark Fu just sent us a text. He says, yes, he was fired, but still waiting for a hearing to get his job back.
So perhaps there's more to the story, right?
Yep.
Perhaps there's more to the story because they're not commenting, only saying that Morrison, they're looking for a replacement.
Okay.
So just updating you on that little ditty. By the way, the Philadelphia Inquirer has a story this morning that ICE is now looking at different proposals to expand the capacity to detain immigrants in New Jersey and trying to add up to 600 beds in at least 2 different facilities. So this is according to information that was actually provided through a lawsuit that has been filed by the ACLU. And so this, because of the incoming Trump administration, that the ACLU, I guess, is pushing back on this, but the ACLU had found out that ICE is looking at ways that they can detain these immigrants, and they need hundreds more beds in prisons.
Yeah. Former ICE director Tom Homman, Trump's new border czar, was on the warm-up show on Fox this morning in the 5 o'clock hour, and he put out the word to the Denver mayor of all places that said, if you're going to resist, we'll arrest you as well. This guy is not kidding around. So you talk about any of these ICE stories locally or nationally, these Democrats that want to play tough, all right, FAFO, you know the drill.
Mm-hmm. So the ACLU, and I'm just going to give you my source. It's the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning. They're reporting that the ACLU had obtained the records from a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit that had been filed, showing that facilities under consideration to hold hundreds of detainees, the Elizabeth Detention Center in Elizabeth and the Albert M. the Bo Robinson Center in Trenton.
Mm-hmm.
So North Jersey, South Jersey. And they are, this is ICE, to your point, Tom Homman. I mean, they are preparing to detain these individuals.
That's right.
So we have that one going on. We have a meeting last night, jam-packed meeting down the Jersey Shore. This is Ocean City, packing this third ward meeting last night. It became pretty intense with people shouting. Many residents, not all, but many of these residents, very upset about the plans to replace the Wonderland Pier property, which the plan is to make it a quite beautiful Icona hotel that would be right there on the boardwalk.
Well, what do they want it to be? If they just want it to be like an artifact and like the remnants of it, and just for memories.
Well, so to your point, the gentleman who bought it was there. I mean, kudos to him to face the community to say, I love Ocean City.
Yeah.
This is Eustace Mita. He says, I love Ocean City. My kids were raised here, my grandkids. He's keeping the Ferris wheel. He's spending even more money. This is a $155 million, beautiful, state-of-the-art hotel.
Yeah.
And he said, I love Ocean City. I loved this property. They don't want a hotel. They said, the beach is already packed.
Mm-hmm.
What about traffic?
Yeah.
And so it's essentially the fact that they think that maybe this will change Ocean City.
Well, there must be a demand for it. I remember when I was leaving Nashville, I swear, Dawn, when I got to Nashville in 2018 versus 2022 when I left, the amount of hotels that were built and put up and were operational, you know what it becomes? Because you become such a tourist destination,
Mm-hmm.
It becomes an eyesore for those that have like an emotional attachment to an area, and they just don't want to see everything become so... I don't know if commercialized is the right word, but you kind of hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see why people are offended. But you know what? If he spent $155 million, the guy must have a good inkling that he's going to make a good penny with that.
Yeah, and he's saying that it's putting a beautiful spotlight on Ocean City, pointing out it's the biggest investment in Cape May County with that much money. And so there is another meeting scheduled for December 4th, by the way. But in this one, it was a jam-packed, quite passionate meeting.
That's better than a windmill.
Don't want those turbines.
Nope.
So we are sponsored this morning. You know what we do want? Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secrets of finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are available. That is JosephAnthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. So interesting story coming out of the New York Post, courtesy of Politico, with the headline, Kamala Harris instructs allies to keep options on the table for possible comeback bid after disastrous 2024 campaign. According to reports, they say the following. In her absence from the political limelight, Vice President Kamala Harris has reportedly been instructing allies to keep her options open for a possible political comeback, spurring speculation not only about a repeat bid for the presidency in 2028, but also speculation about a 2026 California gubernatorial run as Gavin Newsom's term will come to an end in California. According to close confidants, they say that the Veep, 60 years old, is adamant that she is, quote, staying in the fight and plans to mull over her political future with family during the holidays, 5 sources close to the Veep told Politico. Quote, she doesn't have to decide if she wants to run for something again in the next 6 months. The natural thing to do would be to set up some type of entity that would give her the opportunity to travel and give speeches, which we know she's so good at, and preserve her political relationships. The outgoing vice president, the first Democrat to lose the popular vote during an election for the presidency in 2 decades. They also talk about how she had one of the lowest favorability ratings of any VP over the same period of 20 years, and only a 32% positive feedback report from an NBC News poll found in June of 2023. Now, here's where I disagree with these polling election odds moving forward. And I know we're barely removed from 2024, but we have to move forward. I don't understand how this is even remotely true. They have, according to Echelon Insights, Kamala Harris is the front runner in 2028 for the Democrats with a whopping 41%, blowing out Gavin Newsom at 8%, Josh Shapiro at 7%, and Tim Walz at 6%. Number one, I think Kamala Harris is done. This is a lady who didn't make it to the primaries 4 years ago. This is a lady who did not have to compete in a primary, but was rather installed 4 months ago. And now, all of a sudden, in an open field, 4 years later, is a 5-1 favorite over 3 other governors in Minnesota, California, and Pennsylvania. Heck, I don't even agree that Gavin Newsom is the second best odds-on favorite to be the Democrat nominee in 2028 at 8%. I think it's if Josh Shapiro decides to run for president in 4 years, and we'll know by late 2026 if that's a thing into early 2027, I would install from an odds standpoint, from a betting market standpoint, Josh Shapiro to be the front runner. If you think about the importance of Pennsylvania, the most important battleground state, I mean, I would not even have Gavin Newsom in my top 2 or 3. You look at his approval rating in California, I think it's around 47%. I would even throw in guys like Andy Beshear from Kentucky. They're going to float out names like, Joe Manchin and things like that. If Kamala Harris is as progressive as we all tend to believe she is, after she was rejected the way she was in the 7 battleground states, and I guess give her a little bit of credit, she still, for whatever reason, I don't know if this is the Trump factor, she received technically more votes than Barack Obama ever did, which is kind of wild to think about. Like, we talk about landslide. Do landslides exist anymore? Not really. But Trump had about as resounding of a victory as you could have anticipated, and, oh, by the way, wins the popular vote. But I think Kamala Harris still finished with, 7 or 8 million more votes than Barack Obama ever did. Maybe that's just the anti-Trump vote coming out. But do you guys think, Don, I'll start with you. Do you think Kamala Harris really has the gumption in her to pull off a comeback? I would argue that it's probably best to move on. Now, maybe she could win the governorship in California. But as far as presidency, I think if you get rejected the way she got rejected, it's probably over for her.
Yeah, you know what's weird? You never know. I mean, it's funny how things work and how everybody has just a short memory. I mean, think about back when so many people said, well, it's over for Trump.
I thought
he'll never be president.
Hand raised here. I came into this show thinking DeSantis was the best option for a Republican to get back in office, and I was wrong.
So for her, who knows? I mean, I would say for Gavin Newsom, he's not going away, and he's now, he's messing with. I know he's messing
already
with,
kind of campaigning now.
Well, he's been messing with. First of all, he's taking credit. He's now has this whole thing where he's trying to take credit for all of the Tesla success.
Yeah.
Because of the rebates and whatnot for the electric cars for Tesla. So, and then, now he's in this little battle with Musk.
Well, and then
so
yesterday,
that's crazy.
I think yesterday on the cut sheet, we had a clip of him where he's campaigning, basically saying he's for all Americans. He's for this group of people and that group of people and this group and, this identity. I mean, the guy has been running a shadow campaign for basically 3 years now. Remember, we're actually, I think, what are we, 2 years removed or a year removed from that Thanksgiving debate between DeSantis and Newsom that was moderated by Hannity? I mean, he's been in the weeds for years now. He's just angling for the right time.
Yeah, but remember what hurt Harris the most was that, in all honesty, people didn't really know who she was. I think that, you know what I mean? It's all about the brand. So Newsom is just trying to stay relevant, right, and stay in the national headlines. And so was he smart to go on with Hannity? Do people remember all the details of that? I think that he knows that he's got to keep his name out there.
Mm-hmm. But he's attached to all the left-wing nonsense that Kamala Harris was as well. So the receipts will come up, and Americans rejected it before. I don't think just because he's a straight white man that they'll vote for him this time around when he's attached to all of the left-wing DEI woke ridiculousness. A lot of that stems from and originates in California. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Bald men being called bald in the workplace is apparently sexual harassment, and also movie theater etiquette. Should they be issuing warnings to fans headed to see a very popular Broadway presentation in the theaters? Probably not the best business decision for a dying industry, but we'll talk about it before we get to the cut sheet, which is coming up at 7:45.
It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino, which means you're getting to feast on rewards all weekend long. Right now, all customers can get no-sweat NFL same-game parlays to celebrate the occasion. Just place any three-leg same-game parlay, and you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday. You can build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So what are you waiting for? Start your feast now with a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL and the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Hey, it's Ike Reese coming to you from the most wonderful time of the year in Philly. Although, let's be honest, around the holidays, things really do add up. But this season of giving, Verizon's offering a single line for $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while ice skating for 2 is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. How about gifts for your third cousin? That's pretty steep. A single line with Verizon, not so steep. A real tree, pretty pricey. A single line with Verizon,
less pricey. Even a trip to the Philly holiday market will cost you more. But with Verizon, you can switch and bring your phone for just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. All this to say, during the holiday season, when everything is costing more, you can get more for less right now at a local Verizon store.
$15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Mystic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.28 Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning as we work our way towards a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, coming up in just about 15-20 minutes. Want to remind people, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, as they present the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, which is coming up Friday, December 20th from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. right down in Old City on 2nd Street between Market and Chestnut. You might recall last year, if you attended, some of our great listeners, big outing for, police and Families Behind the Badge and fallen heroes, the brave and courageous Marissa Fitzgerald, who gave such a tremendous speech last year after her husband, Christopher Fitzgerald, the Temple police officer, was tragically killed in, I believe it was that alley-type setting on that side street with
that scumbag. And Dawn, you reported on an update on that kid in prison, right? He got beat up in the joint, right?
Yeah, the accused killer was stabbed with a
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Hate to see that happen.
Yeah.
Hate to see that happen.
Just absolutely hate that stuff.
Sometimes, people get justice in prison.
That's correct. So hopefully you can attend and you can celebrate the season in Old City and join us for a special first responder holiday party and fundraiser featuring music, food truck, silent auction, raffle, 50-50, special guests, and more.
So they really need to sell some tickets. I think the tickets are like $20. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So please, we're all, I can speak for, we're all going to be there, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. So we'll be there. Come down if you can, but if not, just buy a ticket, and it's $20. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. I talked to Mark O'Connor yesterday. They really want to get the word out now. So
and it's the same location, 2nd Street,
100%.
Old City.
Yeah, 100%.
Great location.
So we'll
Mummers.
Yep. Yeah, it's a fun.
So much fun.
It's a fun evening, and like I said, the Kayal and Company will be down there. Dawn, myself, Nick Kayal, and we'll help celebrate for I hate to use the word celebrate, but it's a charity thing for a great cause. I love this foundation. We all love this foundation. We do anything we can to help it.
Yep.
I talked to Joe Conklin, who was also involved in it yesterday. He might come on
awesome.
if the powers that be at the sports station allow him to.
Oh, we need permission.
Yeah, but every once in a while, we have to. As we rise in popularity, people get a little territorial. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
yeah, I know what you mean, man. Yeah.
So it's all good. It's all for a great cause. So we'll make sure. Just go to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation website and buy the $20 tickets, because they could really need your help. They could really use your help for this.
Yes. And speaking of rising in popularity,
by the way, guys, another good month.
Yeah, another great month for this show again. But I'm getting a little tired of celebrating. It's, we got to keep moving forward. Yeah, it's like the election, right? Again. You win, but you got to just keep moving on to the next thing, right? Yeah. So
thank you to the listeners.
Yes.
That's what Nick Kayal means to say.
Yeah.
He means thank you to the listeners
of course.
For.
Oh, just having a little showmanship.
I know. I'm
just a little showmanship. I want to hold the championship belt up. You win the fight, you got to hold up the belt. All right, but how about this? These two stories. Speaking of moving on, this is amazing. I gotta rip men for this. If you're a man and you're bald and you're offended by somebody calling you out for being bald, that is a you problem. And I say that as a man who at 2012 started to realize, man, those fades that I'm getting at the barbershop are really starting to, it's fading in the wrong direction, right? You like the fade around the sides and the back. You don't like the fade at the top. And then I came to grips with it, and it was just like, you know what? Getting a haircut every 14 days is a waste of money, because after 5 days, the haircut looks like crap, and then the baldness really starts to rear its ugly head. So in 2018, in the spring of 2018, I embraced it. And, I bought the Bic razor blades and the shaving cream, and I said, all right, every other day or so, I'm going to skin this sucker down in the shower and, A, embrace it. B, I realized I actually look better bald with a beard than I did with receding hair, and it's more financially affordable. Well, a high court in the United Kingdom has made a legal ruling that calling a man bald constitutes sexual harassment. This is where I got to rip my own gender.
Yeah.
And, for this man, his name is Tony Finn. He is 64 years old.
Yep.
And the judge said that using the word bald about a man could breach equality laws because it is, quote, inherently related to gender. The High Court ruled that using the word bald against a man could be considered sexual harassment, which has caused some disbelief amongst, surprise, surprise, social media users. There's always disbelief on social media. How could that be? Which I actually agree with the outrage over this. It follows a lengthy legal case, which was brought by an electrician named Tony Finn, who claimed he had been sexually harassed by his boss during a heated battle in 2019. Mr. Finn, who's 64 years old, which also makes this even more egregious because you would think at 64 that you have a little bit of a tougher, thicker skin. You're not one of these little Gen Zers that's offended by the fact that it's cloudy one day. He made the claim against the British electrician company where he worked for 24 years before he was fired in 2021. He claims he's a victim of sexual harassment after comments were made about his baldness, including being called a stupid, bald C word. And you know what the C word is?
Wow. Well, that
over in England.
To be fair,
they love using that word over there.
To be fair, correct me if I'm wrong, Don, but that word doesn't have the same bite that it does here in the United States of America, the good old US of A.
Yeah, true.
The greatest country in the world.
Yes.
That word, the C word.
Yes.
See you next Tuesday. Is not does not have the same impact that it does here.
Oh no, it is much more mainstream over there for sure.
I need to move over there.
I love it.
I love that word.
True story. When we lived in Nashville, my wife's best friend, her name was Elisa. They were British, and her husband Phil is an old military vet from the United Kingdom, and he will drop the "see you next Tuesday" like I use the word "the." Every fifth word is
Love it.
It is amazing. So apparently they got into an argument with his supervisor, and then this employment tribunal panel said that the remark, quote, crossed the line and dismissed the argument that the comment was not sexist because women technically can be bald as well. Some women obviously do lose their hair. The judgment said there was, quote, a connection between the word bald and the protected characteristic of sex, noting that it is much more prevalent in men than women. And they say we find it inherently related to sex. Now, the comments to this are just incredible. One person says, this is silly. We should all strive to be better people and to be more understanding and supportive with those who are missing something. But it seems silly to waste the court's time with things so small, which, I mean, I agree. As the only person on this show that doesn't have beautiful hair, I think this is ridiculous. Another person described it as utter nonsense. This cannot be serious. Meanwhile, another person said, I'm bald. I love being bald. I really feel for guys who struggle with it. I have no issue with people having banter as long as they can take it back. And then another shared a bunch of insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show. Slaphead Dawn and Company.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Yeah, the Caillou. Cue Ball and Co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
So I wanted to get to that story out of
What
the way.
about, what about the slapping incident, speaking of slap, with Will Smith's wife and the alopecia?
Oh,
I mean,
that's
is
correct.
it, you know what I
she's
mean?
technically bald by medical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is one, if you say a bald guy or a bald woman?
Interesting.
So what do you call yourself then? What's the proper,
follically challenged
terminology?
That's what I've always said.
Smooth-headed?
I'm follically challenged. Which, by the way, my daughters and wife should also be bald because every day I get into the shower and there's hair.
Oh my God!
From their shampoo and their conditioner and their detangler.
It's it's unbelievable. I can't imagine living with more than one woman, but my wife too. She has this, huge head of hair and
big
it's
clumps
everywhere. I'm like,
clumps.
How do you not?
I leave one hair
how
in
are
the
you not
sink from
bald?
shaving, and I read the Riot Act. She leaves behind a whole section of the head, and it's just, I'm like, was the dog in here? What are we doing?
That's that's actually a sign of, first of all, it could be vitamin deficiency.
Yeah.
Because I don't have that.
Really? Again, you have a head and a half a head.
I know, but look at the vitamin. It can be a sign of vitamin deficiency.
Yeah.
Stress.
Stalker's got hair. Phil's got hair.
Yep.
I'm one of the few. Honestly, there's not many bald guys at Odyssey, period.
Oh, are you going to claim discrimination?
No, Scope.
Scopenich is bald. I'm bald, and that's all I can think of off the top of my head. Actually, Gillio's bald.
Yep.
People are like, who's Gillio? I know I'm going in the weeds here.
You can't say skinhead because that has a connotation.
That's
to
correct.
it.
That's correct. So there you go.
Yeah, there's not a lot of bald people.
I need a bald diversity and
At Odyssey,
inclusion
Naked head.
conference meeting.
I don't know. What's
Naked head.
By the way, you're gonna. I mean, you have a lawsuit for when
I do.
Odyssey shows you the door.
I do. I'm just gonna, say that me and the bosses got into a heated meeting in the conference room, and
he called me
a slaphead,
or a bald C word,
or cue ball,
smooth-headed.
and he said, "Hit the road. See you next Tuesday." And then I went to the garage and I left forever with my truck. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Cut sheet is fired up, ready to go, including legacy media versus new media, and why all of a sudden Elon Musk is the big bad boogeyman.
Wow, we're going to actually hit it on time today.
That's right. I'm hitting everything on time today. I'm getting out of here on time. I won't be back until Monday. And by the way, I'm taking a social media break.
By the way,
for 5 days.
Thank God.
For 5 days.
God. Can both of you do that,
5
please?
straight days. I will not tweet. I will not tweet a single thing between now and the Eagles game on Sunday.
By the way, a lot of great. Tony Bruno will be in. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin will be in tomorrow.
Are they physically coming up or from Florida?
No. They're from Florida.
Okay.
I think Dan Borowski's sitting in my chair tomorrow, so he'll do all the cut sheet thing. Thursday, Michael Pelka will be doing Thursday, a special Thanksgiving program.
We start at 6 a.m.
Michael Pelka will be doing the Thursday program, and then Friday back to Tony Bruno and Miss Robin again.
Okay.
So, and then a lot of other great fill and hosts on the Dawn Show and for Zioli and everything like that. So you'll be well covered. So make sure, even though we're not here, you're still here.
Okay, sounds good. Cut sheet is coming up next here on Kayal & Company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends from the Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back and supporting our local communities. This holiday season, Piazza is proud to partner with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. Show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through December 16th. And while there, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you. For more info or to shop their inventory online, visit piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Maryland. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas Show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Americans in their 60s have a buffet of options when it comes to deciding how much and when they receive their Social Security benefits. Throughout their working careers, Americans pile retirement investments onto their plate, and at age 62, they finally gain access to that dessert, Social Security. In this week's expert report, we will identify Americans' full retirement age and how retirees can get a bigger slice of the Social Security pie. Now, according to the calculations from the Social Security Administration, the majority of Americans collect Social Security before the age of 66, which is the full retirement age for individuals born in or before 1954. Collecting your benefits before your full retirement age will decrease your Social Security payments and could reduce your benefits by 30% if you collect immediately at age 62. Now that the full retirement age is incrementally raising for individuals born after 1955, eligible recipients must plan whether to file early at their full retirement age or delay filing for benefits until age 70 when you get a much bigger slice of that Social Security pie. By meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert, you can make an educated financial decision to when you should order your Social Security dessert and enjoy the peace of mind in retirement.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
I walk 47 miles of barbed wire. I got a cobra snake for a necktie. A brand new house all on the roadside. And it's made out of rattlesnake hide.
Kayal and Company, 7:46 Tuesday morning as we work our way towards Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Eve tomorrow, biggest amateur drinking night of the year. Really embarrassing.
Yeah, it is.
Really embarrassing.
By the way, today apparently is the biggest travel day of the year. So, people
what did Dawn say? 80 million?
Yeah. 80 million people going to travel today. Oofa. Stay off the roads.
That's right. I'll be off the roads by 11 a.m., and I don't plan on starting up my truck for another 5 days. Save on some gas. No, I'm just kidding. Got to do the family thing on Thursday. See the mother-in-law. Ask her how she's bracing for the next 4 years. It's going to be glorious. I'm just going to walk in and be like, I'm not saying a word. Didn't say anything. Just trying to get to the football game and the pumpkin pie.
To be a fly on the wall, right?
That's right.
And who do we have? The Cowboys and Giants.
Yeah, how do we flex that game out?
Oh, God.
Can we put on, like, is the WIP Turkey Bowl instead?
By the way, the Turkey Bowl, I think this year's tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't think they're doing it on Thanksgiving.
They still haven't done the Easton Phillipsburg game, which I might need to go down and start making suggestions down the hall.
Yeah,
they probably won't take my suggestion.
They don't want to hear from you.
They don't want to see me.
They don't like you
anymore.
anymore
They don't like me at all.
because of where you work now. We're persona non grata in this building. You know that, right?
They see me in the bathroom like, hey, Nick. Hey, bud. How we doing? So, Eagles going to win this week?
Yeah.
I guess. I can take the hint. All right, gotcha. All right, 7:47.
No.
Let's see what Stalker has lined up for a Tuesday.
They used to all be your friends.
What's
on the cut sheet?
Competition's good, though. Like, it's good. We're competing now. F them.
That's right.
Thank you.
We're trying to beat everybody, including in our own company. We're savages like that.
Yes. All right, let's start with cut 12 here. So you've been teasing this. This is Jim Vandehei, who's the Axios CEO.
Yeah.
He was the one we played yesterday. He was the one who said, and I think the clip went out on social media
It
too.
did last night.
He was the one that said that the GOP is not a conservative party anymore.
Correct.
Well, he was also at the National Press Club breakfast.
The National Press Club.
Can you imagine? Dawn, did you ever attend the National Press Club breakfast?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Bunch
Over
of
the
people
years.
with media credentials
Ad
seeking a
club,
free meal.
press club.
Sounds like a rollicking good time.
Yeah.
He says that. By the way, this is he had a profanity-laced meltdown.
He did.
Because Elon Musk keeps telling creators on X that they're the media now, and he says they are not the media now.
Okay.
He said, "You people, you plebes, sit there and you listen to our reporting, okay?
Yeah.
Screw everybody else.
We will be your voice.
Thank you.
You have no voice.
Exactly.
That's what they're saying.
Van de High got up on his soapbox. All right, roll it, Phil.
Matters. Everything we do is under fire. Yeah. Elon Musk sits on Twitter every day, or X today, saying like, we are the media. You are the media. My message to Elon Musk is bullshit. You're not the media. You having a blue check mark, a Twitter handle, and 300 words of cleverness doesn't make you a reporter any more than me looking at your head and seeing that you have a brain and telling you have an awesome set of tools makes me a damn neurosurgeon, right? Like what we do, what journalists do, what you did in Mississippi, what Al Jazeera does in the Middle East. You don't proclaim yourself to be a reporter. Like, that's nonsense. Like, being a reporter is hard, really hard. You have to care. You have to do the hard work. You have to get up every single day and say, I want to get to the closest approximation of the truth without any fear, without any favoritism. You don't do that by popping off on Twitter. You don't do that by having an opinion. You do it by doing the hard work.
Oh,
yeah, come on, so clap.
Oh, poor Mr. Jim feels like he's losing his grip on the flow of information.
By the way, they gave him a standing ovation on the morning shows. So
great.
Yeah, as somebody who went to journalism school and dreamed of being a journalist, I will say that Jimmy is wrong. Jim, you're wrong, and Elon is right. What Elon is talking about is the fact that even the founding fathers believed in citizen journalism. And that's why you don't have to be accredited to be a journalist. You don't have to go to J school. You don't have to have a license, because anybody can be a journalist in America. That's the beauty of it. And that's the beauty of the First Amendment. That's the beauty of free speech. And so that's why we saw these citizen journalists, and many of them parents, grandparents, moms, especially during the pandemic.
Hell, you had them in Bucks County.
Bucks County, Chester, Beth Ann Rossica.
Yeah.
I mean, here's somebody who's a mom, who's an educator, and started filing Freedom of Information requests.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are writing they're doing investigative journalism still. As I think there are a couple of articles out just I think yesterday or today with Broad and Liberty with Beth Ann Rossica.
Your girl Meg Brock got picked up by the Daily Caller to write some stuff because she's got curiosity and courage.
And not just curiosity, but caring. I mean, he says you don't care. You don't think that a mom whose kid has been banned from their school and suddenly there's a sudden policy change by a county director, and you're saying that parent doesn't, that dad or that mom doesn't care? Yeah, they care deeply. And guess what? These individuals who are all clapping for each other and standing ovations for each other, they were not doing the investigative journalism. And that is what provoked, that void is what provoked and inspired all of these citizens for no pay to become journalists and investigative journalists. So Jim doesn't get it. Elon Musk, when he says you are the media, that's what Elon Musk is talking about. Citizen journalism, which was designed by the founding fathers, which they envisioned go all the way back to Ben Franklin, all the founding fathers. And that is why to this day, there is no government oversight of any individual journalist by that nature. No, this guy is he is just so off.
I agree. I look at it from two vantage points. To start with the journalism aspect. When I got out of college in 2006, I wanted to do sports radio, and I wanted to be a opinion columnist for sports for the newspaper. And they hired me at the newspaper that my mom worked at to cover like high school lacrosse and women's volleyball. It was atrocious, but I just wanted to get my foot in the door because I like sports and I could write. I didn't have a journalism degree. Same thing when I was doing the sports station down the hall across the street 10 years ago. The Philadelphia Inquirer hired me to write a digital weekly opinion column. I didn't have a journalism background by any stretch, but I do think when we talk about media, it's beyond just journalism. It's opinion, it's entertainment, it's information. And I think what's happened here is so many people now realize that the mainstream media is bought and paid for propaganda. And that's why you've seen this marketplace that has been created with people craving alternative facts that are omitted. Dawn, you talk about it all the time. Bias by omission. That's why X has done well under Elon Musk with what it's become. Talk radio, Fox News, the podcasts. People are tired of going to CNN or the Philadelphia Inquirer and expecting to be told the truth when they're not told the truth. So that's my spiel.
Yeah, and I think for Vanda High, I a piece of what he's saying, I understand that he's saying that those, war correspondents or those people who are fearless and risk their lives to bring forth information or break stories, I get that and I appreciate that. But at the same time, he doesn't have to dismiss those citizen journalists who he says, what did he say? You don't have to take risks, or it's hard work and you're taking risks and you have to be brave. You don't think that, and just think locally, the people who learned that their own county was blocking their phones, that they are being sued. Meg Brock is still being dragged through the courts all these years later, by the way. And there are others like her across the country.
Yeah.
You think of these people who risked and felt that maybe their municipality was, there would be weaponized government against them, and that's really what is happening to people locally. And then what about their kids not, maybe being excluded from things?
Yeah.
Because, and that's why there was another meeting last night I'll be reporting on, but another media meeting last night where I know that there were school meetings where there were moms in particular came up to me and said, when you're doing video or taking pictures or posting, they don't want to be shown because they feel that they themselves, or especially their kids, will be bullied or excluded from things in their school.
Yeah.
So so how personal is that? And they're not getting big time money or six figures.
No.
They're just trying to improve the quality of life, not just for themselves and their own children and family, but for their entire community.
He also sounds like a guy that's scared of competition because there's more outlets for you to get news, information, media, entertainment than ever before, right? Traditional media, digital media, on-demand media, streaming media, traditional radio, podcast, TV, digital streaming on YouTube, Spotify, newspapers, digital versions. So, this is one of those things where I feel like, dude, if you don't like it, then do better at your job. Be better at what you're paid to do and give those people a reason to come to you. The marketplace will bear itself out. That's why I always say on this show, I'm not just competing against left-wing media. I'm competing against all media. I want you to come to me, not Dan Bongino. I want you to come to me, not Clay and Buck, on down the list. You're all the same. I'm not on the same team. I'm trying to get the biggest audience I possibly can garner with the most revenue. And it's a competitive dog-eat-dog world out there in this world of media. And the left doesn't like it because they've lost their stranglehold over it, right? That's why MSNBC is catering. That's why MSC is going to be sold off. That's why CNN's on their fifth CEO in 3 years, trying to reshuffle the deck of the Titanic. It's a competitive world out there. Bring your A game every day, Jim. Yeah. Jim Vandewee.
Vanda High.
I love the competitive spirit.
But I don't think that he's threatened by competition. I think that what the high and mighty, living in a bubble media folks do is, and by the way, some of the points that he makes, I agree with. I can appreciate what the free press is supposed to be, and he says, I love this country, and so on and so forth. It's just that they forget, that living in their media bubble, that you don't have to work for a network or Axios or whatever to be a journalist, and that there are
they were the gatekeepers before,
correct,
right? To everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like if you want a journalism degree, you shall pass through me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now, and by the way, think of Election Day. Think of people even on social media calling, either posting on social media or calling into our shows here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Think of that communication that then happened. We had Michael Watley calling in, or Linda Kearns saying, I heard such and such, or, oh, they're having a problem here. I mean, that was Bucks County. You think about what a critical county that was. There were people who were acting as reporters, citizen journalists.
Yeah.
And it mattered because they were alerting those, alerting officials and even Republican national, the RNC attorneys and the election integrity attorneys to what was happening in real time, happened in Delco as well. And what did that spark? Well, then the lawyers could file something in court, but they needed to know about it. And so people were acting as reporters, and it was happening in real time. And guess what? There were no other, according to Jim, there were no real journalists reporting it. Yeah. They were citizen journalists. So I would say to him that he needs to be more inclusive.
Yeah.
Think about, you're not, see, here's the thing, like, I'm not the voice of anybody. I might shine a light on people or repeat what they're saying. But see, this is, to Greg's point about gatekeeping, the media used to feel, the elite in the bubble, high and mighty media used to feel they are the little people's voice. But see, with social media now, everybody's a public person. Everybody can be a journalist.
That's right.
Now, does that diminish those investigative reporters who do incredible work? No. You can have them hand in hand.
That's my question. Like somebody like Meg Brock, and not calling her out, but like somebody like that who doesn't have a journalism degree, and you, Don Stenson, who does. Don't you feel like, well, they didn't earn this like I did?
Well, she can earn it by being accurate in her reporting, right? Like when you start out, I would think, Dawn, you correct me if I'm wrong, you are the true journalist on the show. If you're a citizen journalist, like a Meg Brock, who starts with a Twitter feed, and then
I celebrate her,
and then Daily Caller picks her up.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about people like her.
She has, I would argue, less wiggle room under the credibility umbrella because she's not working for the, quote, credible organizations. So she has to nail it from Jump Street or people will dismiss her.
And yet, to your point about credibility, the fact that it's so organic and real, I think a lot of people on social media would trust somebody locally, like some of the citizen journalists that we've talked about, would trust them more than some of these high-paid, high and mighty individuals that are at the network level.
Of course.
Because you look at motivation.
Well, here's the motivation. I use this example all the time. During the pandemic, I've got Anderson Cooper lecturing me on getting vaccinated. He says, we'll be right back, and the first commercial's Pfizer. I mean, it's bought and paid for. He's not going to sit there and destroy, whatever Pfizer's paying to advertise and tell you that shot is utterly worthless unless you're 60 with comorbidities. It's all nonsense.
I simply think that he is, by excluding the citizen journalists, he's actually missing out. And I hope that his eyes.
So you don't need a degree. Anybody can be a journalist, in your opinion, Dawn.
Anybody in America, yes,
can be a journalist.
You can be a journalist. You can be. Now, if you go out and you
your degree was worthless then.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying all of the above. Was I trained? In other words, you do have to be careful. It's helpful. It's helpful to have some information as to how to operate.
Sourcing.
Because if you don't know how to vet situations, if you don't properly word things, if you slander someone, if you put something on social media and you are acting as you're reporting it, and then it's disinformation, misinformation. If it's wrong, you could be held civilly liable. So does it help to have the journalism degree if you're going to start reporting things? Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying you don't have to work for a big media organization. You do not have to have a pedigree. Really, what good quality journalism takes is hard work and diligence and passion
I think to your
for
credit,
the truth.
Yeah, I think to your credit, the journalism degree is more necessary when you are in the reporter role. If you're in the opinion entertainment role, I don't think journalism is necessary. Heck, I don't even think broadcast degree, radio, TV, communications. There are plenty of people that do talk shows that are, former athletes. I mean, I have a criminal justice degree. I didn't go to school for broadcasting. I taught myself. I mean, that's just the God's honest truth. And then eventually you figure it out. And if you have the ability, you can make it happen. If not, you're going to have to fall back on your degree.
Speaking of Bucks County, so Scott Presler, who was Dom Giordano's guest yesterday at Bucks County in the Newtown Athletic club, yeah. They did CNN did a hit piece, or attempted hit piece on Scott Presler yesterday.
They were not too happy that this guy was so influential.
During the Aaron Burnett program, so dozens of people saw it.
Yes.
I'm just, because they use a lot of video footage in this piece about him in Bucks County, standing outside the NAC.
Yeah.
All right, let's play cut 16 a little bit.
Tonight, quote, "The Amish delivered." Those are the words of a man few people know, but a man who was key to Donald Trump's win in Pennsylvania. The controversial conservative activist Scott Presler, who's involved in the group Gays for Trump, a vocal election denier, goes by the Twitter handle The Persistence. He helped deliver that all-important must-win state for Trump, in large part by focusing on, as he says, the Amish, frat guys, and hunters, among other groups. And Presler, as our Ellie Reeve reports, is just getting started.
Everybody just big smile and look cute.
This is him in Bucks County.
Cheese. Cheese.
Scott Presler is the kind of political figure only possible in the Trump era, going from social media influencer to actual proximity to power. Scott! Presler is taking credit for turning Pennsylvania red. He created a PAC, Early Vote Action, to register voters and targeted the Amish, frat guys, hunters, and other groups. His PAC got a $1 million donation from Elon Musk.
So walk us through how you do it.
When I tell the Amish that they can vote a private, secret ballot that is mailed to their house and they don't have to have their buggy seen going to a polling location, they love the mail-in ballot.
But a lot of people sort of come up as social media influencers and then they fizzle out. And you actually took the opportunity and started doing something quantifiable.
He was at the Capitol on January 6th and at Trump's return to the scene of his near assassination in Butler.
President Trump took a bullet for us.
Last week, Presler was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, because of a controversy over what ballots would be counted in the Senate recount. A frustrated county commissioner had said some misdated and unsigned ballots would be counted despite the rules.
If I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
This went very viral, in part because of Presler. She apologized at the next meeting.
The passion in my heart got the best of me, and I apologize again for that. I made a mistake.
But
by the way, what's up with this ominous here? Here, stop it for a
I
second.
know, so low energy. Everything they do.
What's up with this ominous music?
And also the delivery. Who's this reporter who says it also went very viral? What's very viral?
I don't know.
Give it millions. They don't want to say that this received millions of views.
Yep.
And they also, the reporter, first of all, what is that delivery that sounds like somebody in college who's just beginning to track a package?
Is that Abby Phillip after a weed?
That's not Abby.
No. So
it's bizarre, but I will say this: that that the reporter also really downplayed what happened.
Yeah.
That these two commissioners voted to do something that they knew was illegal. Right. One of them said that quiet part out loud and admitted on camera that she knew it was illegal.
Yep.
Then the highest court in Pennsylvania basically slapped that down and said and wrote a stern ruling that this is against the law and clarified it again. And so they broke the law.
Yeah.
There are calls for them to step down. That was really downplayed by this reporter.
Two things that were not downplayed, though. Scott Presler is an election denier, and he was at the Capitol on January 6th. You know, I love Scott, and I think the Twitter handle is very apropos, the persistence, because that guy works his you-know-what off. But let's take a step back, and this is not a shot by any stretch at Scott Presler, who, oh, by the way, has great hair. Another guy that's got great hair. Everybody's got great hair but me.
Nick is jealous.
He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. What he did was he capitalized on large groups of people that Kamala Harris ignored.
Yep.
Frat boys, farmers,
Frat boys,
hunters, the Amish. I got news for the left wing out there. There are more hunters, frat boys, and farmers than there are members of the LGBTQ community. So what you did is you catered to less than 9% of America while ignoring a sizable quantity in the most pivotal battleground state. Yep. So Presler worked his ass off, and that's great and all, but he didn't reinvent the wheel. He's not some rocket scientist. He just said, I'm going to reach out to people that for some reason Democrats have abandoned. And oh, by the way, the previous rendition of the Republican Party didn't do a great job at reaching.
Let's play a little bit more of this.
Presler and his fans had won, yet they turned out anyway, and the room had a kind of intense vibe.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
It definitely was stolen.
Okay, so can you explain something to me? Why, if they can steal an election, why would they steal it once but not this year?
Because people were on to them. The divisions in the Democrats made it very hard for them to try and steal it again.
Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today.
I think what you heard today is the frustration of people that have been told they are election deniers, and here we have a sitting commissioner that's an election denier, and we have a currently sitting Senator Bob Casey that is also an election denier, and it's almost karmic. And yes, that's why in part we were here to take a victory lap. We won, and we did it fair and square.
If we take that commissioner's words in the worst possible light, let's say she truly meant rules don't apply and she could count ballots that shouldn't be counted. She still failed to steal the election, right? Like, you guys still won Pennsylvania and Bucks County. So help me reconcile that with the...
Yeah, because people reported what was going on, and the RNC lawyers
stolen once, but not
filed court action.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. If we let them get away with doing this now, they'll do it in 2026. They'll do it in 2028. This was us peacefully putting our feet down and saying, no, enough is enough, and we're not going to allow you to do illegal and unlawful actions.
Get the
we're going
mutton
to hold
chops
you
going,
accountable.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Cheese. Trump.
I noticed that when you urge people to action,
yes,
you often include the word
peacefully.
Is that to avoid another Jan 6 type incident?
With all due respect, it's to avoid people like you guys saying that I'm anything
Thank
but. My motto is to just be super cute, have my data and facts, treat everyone with love and respect, and as you can see, an army of people will follow.
And it was a small army, which included followers of a Korean church led by rapper King Bullethead.
That's what I call myself,
so
King
speaking,
Bullethead.
it almost seemed like you were taking a bit of a victory lap for turning Pennsylvania and this county red.
Absolutely. A lot of people questioned our voter registration. They said, Scott, flipping Bucks County to a plurality of registered Republicans, that's not going to translate into results. And yes, a little bit of the victory lap was here to say that for the first time since 1988, we flipped this county and it voted for President Trump. It's kind of, saying to people, no, we're the real deal.
Presler first got attention in 2017 when he worked for an anti-Muslim group and organized marches against Sharia, despite there being no Sharia law in America. He was also involved with Gays for Trump.
You described yourself as a data guy.
Yes.
But early in your career, you were more of kind of like a social issues, culture war guy, like Gays for Trump or Act for America. Can you tell me about that shift in your career?
I have grown in how I approach politics. I see my work and my evolution in politics as I laid a foundation, and now I am meticulously building on that an esoteric understanding of how politics is going to win elections, focusing on demographic groups, get them registered, get them mobilized, get them out to vote.
Twice, RNC officials have indicated they would hire him, but it hasn't worked out. Still, he's built a loyal fan base.
Have you spoken to President Trump since the election?
I've spoken to Laura Trump.
What'd she say?
Our conversations out of respect to her and the Trump family are private, but she was congratulatory.
And what about Elon Musk?
I think he's a wonderful human being.
Have you talked to him since the election?
We've messaged. Okay. Nothing consequential.
God save America, hallelujah.
There you have it. I tell you what, I mean...
Sorry, I didn't mean to play the whole thing. I just thought
that was fascinating.
Yeah,
that was really good.
For somebody who's not on YouTube, there is a banner. There are banners that they run visually at the bottom of the screen. One calling him a provocateur, and another saying controversial activist helps Trump win PA by targeting Amish. My question to CNN, as well as this reporter, is how is he a provocateur? How is he, or why is he controversial? I noticed that the reporter mentioned multiple times that in the past he had worked with a group. One of the groups that he worked with were Gays for Trump.
Yep.
So is he controversial because he had, among the other groups like the Amish or getting voter registrations, he has worked with a group called Gays for Trump? Is that why he's controversial? Why does she keep bringing? Why is she bringing that up?
I thought Trump was against gay people.
Yeah, see, that's I find it odd, and so then I wonder: is the underlying goal of CNN to say, "Hey, Amish people, hey, Korean church people, hey, conservatives, he might be gay"? That's what I infer from that, and that's horrible.
Yep.
By the way, to me, that is horrible. So what's the agenda? To me, there's and even good for Scott when she says, why do you ask? What is with her weird delivery, by the way?
I know.
But why do you say peaceful? Because he wants people to be peaceful, because he's a loving, peaceful person. Is he controversial because he went around and said, hey, register to vote, make sure you're registered? Why is that being a provocateur? Why is that being controversial? Shame on CNN and shame on whoever, I don't know who this reporter is, who has a very low energy, kind of bizarre delivery, but just by the questions, I think the reporter and CNN are being controversial and they are being the provocateur.
The only thing provocative about Scott Presler in that video there was the fact that he had the jacket on with the shirt unbuttoned, showing off a lot of chest hair. Might actually try to pull that look off at the Andy Chan holiday block party.
Please.
I'm gonna let my fur out.
By the way, the View erupted yesterday afternoon when Whoopi Goldberg actually shut down Ana Navarro.
This is my favorite clip of the day.
Attempt to fearmonger about Trump before he even takes office.
Yep.
Whoopi Goldberg is
telling the Republican, the alleged Republican, to pipe down.
It's the sane voice of reason in this clip. Play cut one, Phil.
I think what we're all saying is we're going to sit and watch. We're going to wait and see, because we can't do anything else except...
I'm not going to wait and see. I mean, this guy's told us he's a retribution. He's going to be a dictator.
What are you doing? There's nothing to be done until you know what you're fighting. It's pissing in the wind doesn't help. You just get a wet face.
But I mean, what I'm saying is I have no false expectations that at 78 he's going to all of a sudden turn into another human being. And I'm not going to spend, I spent weeks telling people that he was apocalyptic. I'm not going to change now, because it's still the same man.
Not treating every single thing like
I think that's when we lose credibility.
Well, here's the thing. You lose credibility in many different ways. If you don't know what you're talking about and you accuse him of something, then they're going to blow it back. That's why I say we need to wait and see exactly what you're going to do.
Oh, wow. It's interesting. You heard people tune out and you heard lose credibility not once but twice. So if I'm and I don't know we haven't heard any ratings reports on how The View is doing compared to like MSNBC or CNN, but that's the epitome of self-destruction right there. Like, if your ratings start to tank because you just keep drumming up the same garbage repeatedly and you want to go down with the ship, then knock yourself. I guess, you know what it really comes down to? It must be nice to not worry about how you're performing in the ratings on television because the contracts are so bloated and you're overpaid and you're not worth remotely close to that. Because I don't know what that's like because I got to work in radio where every day is the Super Bowl. So, but that's fine. Double down, Anna. Double down.
I like how Whoopi is basically shutting her down.
Yeah. Yeah, she's all over. One day she says something that's like, all right, good for you, Whoopi. And then the next day she's making accusations about a bakery.
By the way, is it possible for these women to have a conversation without them all speaking over one another? I mean, the three of us, now granted there's three of us, not 4 or 5, whatever it is. But like, we can have conversations without talking over one another.
Right.
They cannot do it.
It's called chemistry, continuity, cohesion, and professionalism.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. But they not only talk over each other because
they yell.
Sometimes you'll do that in a normal, like with your family or whatever.
Sure.
But it's this. It's almost like Charlie Brown's teacher, but a yippee kind of a thing.
Yep.
Well, you know what I do now? Since you guys can't stop talking over each other, and we've got the 12 of you on the set, we're going to expand this to 2 or 3 hours. Because you got so much to say, and you won't shut up and let the other person talk. So in order to justify your bloated, worthless salary, we're going 9 to noon.
Yeah, really. Honestly, it's a great point. For all the money they're being paid, they should be on there for like 3 hours.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Oh, God.
No.
The Denver mayor, you made reference to this earlier, Kayal. The Denver mayor said that he's willing to go to jail to block deportations.
Okay.
This is cut 17. Phil, go.
I would certainly protest it, and I would expect other residents would do the same.
Trump's new borders czar, Tom Homman, has said that he is willing to arrest leaders like yourself for standing in the way of these policies that they want to enact. Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And I'm also not seeking that. I think the goal is we want to be able to negotiate with reasonable people how to solve hard problems. Republican and Democratic presidents in the past have all tried to find solutions to these problems. President Reagan helped people get access to work so they could stay and support themselves. Biden and Harris worked on restricting entry at the border to close down. There are a lot of ways to approach this problem. We don't think it has to come to this. But yeah, I think when you look at, Ralph Carr has always been one of my heroes. He was the governor who in the middle of the internment of Japanese Americans said this was the wrong thing to do. And he stood up. It was unpopular. People were mad at him about it. That was in the middle of wartime. If the president or any of his actors are going to do things that we think are illegal or immoral or un-American, we'll stand up against them.
That's Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, who, if you're watching on YouTube, is all of 113 pounds. He'll last about 9 minutes in the booty house. So if you're ready to go to jail, boss, then play hardball with Tom Homman. I would not want to test that guy. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Tom Homman responded to Mike Johnston by saying this. This is cut 18, Phil. Go.
Well, look, me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail.
Ouch.
Because there's a statute. It's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III, and what it says is it's a felony if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from immigration authorities. It's also a felony to impede a federal law enforcement officer. So if we don't want to help, that's fine. He can get the hell out of the way. But we're going to go do the job. President Trump has a mandate for American people. We got to secure this country. We got to save American lives. And I find it shocking that any mayor of a city would say, President Trump's been clear. We want to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. I find it hard to believe that any mayor or governor would say they don't want public safety threats removed from their neighborhoods. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going on in Denver, but we're going to go and we're going to fix it.
I love Tom Homman. First of all, he's got the whole triple I thing memorized. He rolls that out all the time. It's like the binder when she always would say, "I'm going to have to refer you to the Hatch Act." It's great. And by the way, is Tom Homman who Kamala Harris thought she was picking as a running mate? Remember when Kamala Harris was trotting out Tim Walz like manly? I think maybe she thought she selected Tom Homman, but she actually got Tim Walz.
Yeah.
Fascinating. And again, I don't understand whether it's a mayor or a governor that's ready to triple down on leaving the safety of countless of thousands, if not millions of citizens to what? To appease to a small percentage of people that are in your country or in your sanctuary city or in your town illegally. You really want to go to jail over that? I wouldn't.
This video is courtesy of CBS out of New York. The NYPD believes that Venezuelan gang members are recruiting children living in migrant shelters.
Hey, you got to start them young, right?
Cut 10, Phil.
Well, growing concern among the NYPD over Venezuelan gang activity across the city. Police believe some gang members are recruiting children living in migrant shelters.
As Jennifer Bisram reports, the gang has blended in with asylum seekers who began arriving here in 2022.
Once they commit their crimes, they go back to the migrant community where they assimilate themselves with people that are actually here obeying the laws.
The NYPD is cracking down on Transgender, the Venezuelan gang they say is living in the shelter system and recruiting children.
We have 39 members of TDA that have been identified, and we have an additional 4 members that have been identified of a subgroup called the Little Devils.
Remember when Trump was vilified for saying that they're not bringing over their best and brightest?
That's right.
Yeah.
like
bad hombres.
I mean, look at these people. You think there's any rocket scientists in this group of individuals?
Hey, zero
Hell
chance.
no. Hell no.
We haven't had any reports. Dawn, you haven't reported on Transgender in Philadelphia, I don't recall. I know your husband does New York radio. I mean, is that a big talking point for them on their station?
Yes, in New York, definitely. Here, they're, well, New York's a sanctuary too, but for us, it's tough for me to get anybody on the record.
Okay.
Because it's against the sanctuary laws for them to confirm it.
Right.
So I have confirmed in the Royersford and Phoenixville areas, allegedly, that the Venezuelan gangs there's some activity there. Montgomery County cartels.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So the reports that I have are that yes, that the cartels especially are targeting the suburbs, and especially this holiday season. Watch out for that. Make sure your cars are locked and your doors are locked, and the porch pirates and the burglaries, especially the cartels. As far as the gangs, the sources I have say they are here. It's not as bad as what we've seen in Jersey, and especially North Jersey, obviously in New York.
Yeah, I had a source text me last night that said Transgender was considering Philly, and they saw how bad the Sixers were, and they went elsewhere.
Well, we wish.
By the way, speaking of crime here in Philadelphia, Dawn reported on this news story yesterday, but I wanted to bring it up later for the later audience.
Okay.
This is the 39-year-old man who was charged after police say he shot and killed a 48-year-old man who attempted to steal his car in Philadelphia's Frankford neighborhood last week.
The Northeast.
According to police, Sherwayne Garrison, 39, had been charged with murder, recklessly endangering another person, and possession of an instrument of crime. I want to play the Fox 29 report. It's a really quick report on this because I want to get back into this discussion because I believe that this man is a hero.
He's charged with murder.
Roll it, Phil.
Now charged with murder after Philadelphia police say he shot and killed a man trying to steal his car.
There's a guy who jumped in. Now he's trying to stop him.
Police say 39-year-old Sherwayne Garrison saw the man get into his car
while
he was using the ATM. His vehicle unlocked and running at the time. Investigators say as the 48-year-old man drove off, Garrison fired his weapon through the car window, shooting the man in the head.
Can you just restart it again because you can see the video?
Yep.
Phil, if you can just restart it one more time.
Now charged with murder after Philadelphia.
You can see the video. He comes out there, takes his car, runs over, pulls out his gun, and just shoots.
Yeah.
Sherwayne Garrison
saw
the man get into his car while he was using the ATM. His vehicle unlocked and running at the time. Investigators say as the 48-year-old man drove off, Garrison fired his weapon through the car window, shooting the man in the head.
All right, so I want to bring this back up to both of you. Like, murder?
Yeah, yes, I do agree with it. I disagree with you, and I agree with it. Look how reckless that guy was. Like, I get it. He's stealing your vehicle. You see him run out. He comes around the front of his own vehicle after the guy is in the vehicle. He almost gets hit by another car that has to swerve out of the way to the left. That car almost hits the other car in oncoming traffic from the other direction. He fires through the window, hits him. Ultimately, that guy, the suspect that stole the car, crashes, and then he's dead, right, Dawn?
Yes.
Okay.
The man later died. The guy who jumped in the car.
Well, he shot him in the head, right?
Well, yeah.
And kept driving.
And by the way, his name, the deceased car thief, is
Worm
as,
food?
as identified by police. His name is Moneer, Moneer, Moneer Farhat.
Farhat.
Yeah.
Hot.
Moneer Farhat.
Hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, look,
He's very cold now.
Yeah, and stiff.
Farhat.
I'm all for stand your ground laws in states where if somebody enters your home, you have the right
But
to
your car's
shoot them.
your car's your property, bro.
Yeah, but Pennsylvania's not a stand your ground law state.
I don't care.
And I mean, your car is replaceable. It's not like he was trying to harm you. Somebody breaks into your house, you don't know if they're trying to kill you or steal your property. That is clear and obvious as long as you're remotely competent that it's Grand Theft Auto, I think would be the technical term.
Sure.
I could be wrong. Correct me if I am. So, I mean,
but
you haven't, now maybe he doesn't have insurance. And he's like, I'm never going to get the vehicle back. But, a car's a replaceable thing.
It doesn't matter. The problem is this is in my opinion, this is a guy who took matters into his own hands. Now, should he have left the car running when he went to run to get money? No. But we all do it. And this city is so lawless in the fact that nobody's going to, cars are stolen all the time and nobody does a damn thing about it.
I agree. But
so this guy took it into his own hands. Sorry.
As Mama Kayal would say, Nikki, two wrongs don't make a right.
I understand what you're saying. But there's a part of me that is just like, if we had more people that, like, if somebody knew that the guy whose car they're trying to steal was armed, they might think twice about doing it.
True. And I'm in agreement with you. There's a part of me that would love to just jump through the windshield and beat the holy hell out of the guy. But you can't do it. You just can't. And, because of the current defund the police movement, even though it's valid in many cases, that's not a viable excuse. Well, we don't crack down on this stuff anymore. Still doesn't give you the right to fire a gun through a windshield.
But let's think about the district attorney's office. So this man who in the heat of the moment, he's probably 20 feet from, because his car's parked right by the sidewalk. He's probably 20 feet from the ATM, leaves the car running, and he's now being charged for murder for that spur of the moment situation. I believe it's first degree murder, which I can't believe.
It's unbelievable.
So let's think about the DA.
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with first degree.
Well, let me take you back. Let's think about the summer of 2018, Rittenhouse Square. I remember interviewing the parents of one Michael Schellinger. Remember this story?
Yep.
Where a young man by the name of Michael White was, and they were very crafty in how they charged him with like a third-degree downgraded charge. The family, and he was found not guilty at the end of the day. It was like third-degree manslaughter. Yep. So the jury, because of the way that it was designed, the jury finds him not guilty because of that manslaughter charge. He never served a day. He was on probation. The person who stabbed Michael Schellinger in the back fatally, an unarmed man. This was insane to me. The grieving parents were not even allowed to give victim impact statements in this trial. It was horrific. But that's this DA. So somebody who is a citizen who has never had any issue with the law, who's stabbed to death in Rittenhouse Square by somebody, that the killer of that person never serves a day in jail. But D.A. Krasner thinks this case that we have currently, that this man should be charged with murder.
I agree. It's to me it's excessive, but I would say it's manslaughter for sure. I would probably say voluntary manslaughter.
Well, yeah,
which would be
like they're saying
lawful killing an individual without lawful justification.
Yeah, they're saying there's no premeditation here, so it can't really be.
Right.
But I think that
it's a reactionary offense, but it's the wrong reaction.
He's a legal, it's not like he's a legal gun owner. Mm-hmm. And I get it. We're not, we're not a stand your ground state, but I got to tell you, man, when you have problems in the city like we have with crimes not being prosecuted and these criminals and these thugs thinking they can get away with whatever they want to, when fate catches up with them, I'm sorry, F around to find out. Like too bad. Like this guy, in my opinion, should be hailed as a hero.
Well, trust me,
I'm
with you on many of the F around and find out things, but I just don't think, stealing property is a justifiable response is murdering somebody. Now, if he would have assaulted him and beat the crap out of him and then took his vehicle back.
Let me ask you a question. Somebody goes into your establishment and robs the place. You know what I mean? Like doesn't, is just, and you walk in on them doing that and you fire a gun because there's somebody in there.
Depends. Does the robber have a gun himself?
So that's so it's only acceptable if the other person has a gun?
I'm just asking. I don't know. I would argue if the guy doesn't have, now if it's armed robbery, then I think it's more justifiable. I mean, that guy, all that guy had to do, and it's easy for me to sit here and say this as I analyze film on Fox 29, but in 4 seconds, he could have not been charged with murder if he just, lets it go, drops an F-bomb, and then...
Dawn had an interesting point. Like, what if he just shot the tires out or something like that?
Right.
Or just say you were aiming to shoot the tires out and you missed. That was a bad shot.
That's true as well. But and we see that in this. I mean, Dawn's crime reports are littered with bad shots, right? But this one, unfortunately, is right there on candid camera.
EKZ says, "Is it me or did Nick and Greg switch bodies?"
And that's the beauty of this show. You never know where I stand on an issue until I tell you.
But the court records are saying that the man Garrison, who's the legal gun owner, I don't think he made bail. He is being held without bail at Curran Fromhold Correctional Facility, according to the court records.
Yeah.
I don't know what Garrison, he will obviously have a defense attorney who perhaps will say he ran over because out of shock, this guy was stealing his car. I suspect that his defense attorney will say Garrison feared for his life and thought the man had a gun.
Yeah.
I suspect that is what his defense will be.
I would argue probably a lot easier to be the prosecutor in this case than a defense attorney. Because I don't know, unless you can find precedent of a case, I know you talked about 2018, but unless you can find a case where all of the facts almost match up identically, your argument, your defense of, well, in 2019, you didn't do this, good luck convincing a jury on that one. That would be my argument. A lot of people that want to jump in on this conversation.
Look, there's a lot of people who are going to, like, we have a DA and this city is going to use this guy as an example, but I'm telling you, this guy should be used as an example of what to do, not what not to do, in my opinion.
All right. 855, with the time to take these calls?
100%.
855-839-1210. Let's go right down the board. Line 2. Rich in the far northeast. Rich, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, you folks. You're
Rich.
all right in certain respects. I'm not up on my 50 states anymore, but in general, it has always been my understanding that you can't go Dirty Harry on somebody that's stealing your property. If you don't, and you're right, if you don't have to stand your ground. If the guy puts the car in gear and aims the car at you and starts running the car at you, then you can fire a shot.
Sure.
But if the guy is backing up and he's fleeing, you can't fire a round at him. And also, you can't just crack a round off in the city limits and shoot somebody's tire up, because you can get a ricochet and it can hit somebody else. And that's the problem with the firing a shot, to stop him, is a ricochet.
Okay.
Because you have liability.
Gotcha. Rich, thank you for the phone call. Let's see if we have, I think we might have some differing of views on this, but let's go with a little bit of an expert view next. Tom is in Percy. Tom's a former police officer. Tom, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, guys. Greg Stucker sucks. Tom.
Yes, always.
First of all, to give you some definitions, and then I'll give you my opinion on this. The definition of a burglary is when somebody enters an occupied structure with the idea of committing a felony.
Yep.
So if a guy comes into your grocery store and wants to steal stuff, if he does not present himself as having a weapon, you can't justify killing him.
Right.
It's not a felony.
Right.
Now, if he enters your home while you're at home and you're in bed, that's a whole different story. Now you're justified. Okay, so robbery is stealing from a person. Burglary is a step up.
Right, and,
So
and one of the differences, Tom, if I recall, when I was at Temple for criminal justice, I think you mentioned it, it's the intent to commit a felony. You have to prove intent.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So that being said, in the state of Pennsylvania, the crimes, well, first of all, training of police officers by MOPEC, which is Municipal Police Training Center, is that even police officers are not permitted to shoot at tires of a vehicle. And the reason why is you shoot the tires out, now you got a 2,000-pound bullet going after anybody.
Yeah, that's true.
And that is also the reason why you can't shoot a guy in a car when he's fleeing. He stole your property. You can protect yourself and protect others.
Let me ask you guys a question. If somebody steals my wife's purse and I run after them and I tackle them and I have them in a chokehold and they die, am I charged with manslaughter and murder then too?
I don't know. You'd be like Daniel Penny.
Like
but
that.
You probably.
That guy can just say I was shooting out. I was trying to shoot out the windows to scare him, and oops, I shot him in the head. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe it come down to eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
But it probably will. It will not stand because again, you're now. First of all, the guy's a hell of a shot.
He is. I was just going to say that.
Hats off to him.
Yeah.
But you shoot a guy, and now he runs over 7 people. What do you do? And, Greg, I agree in the vigilante justice that the city's a mess, but the crimes code states that that's not justifiable. Now, if he had entered your garage, got in your garage while you were there and was trying to steal your car, then you could shoot him.
Yeah.
And the reason why you could shoot him is the definition of burglary.
There you go.
Well,
Tom and Percy.
A lot of people on the YouTube chat are bringing up the Castle Doctrine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
which says it's illegal to carry a loaded firearm in any vehicle or a concealed firearm on or about a person, except in one of 2 situations: a place of abode, which is your home, or a fixed place of business. So that was not his house, nor was that his place of business. He's just a citizen out there in free society. I don't think he has much of a defense here, is my guess. But that's just me. I only went to law school for 88 days. I'm not qualified.
I will just tell you that the deceased car thief, who has an unusual name. So I was looking through some court records just out of curiosity. There is a case from 2007 in Ballackinwood on the main line in Montgomery County. And this was a case with the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. It was in federal court against a Munir Farhat, and he was a convicted felon, firearms charges. So again, I don't know if they're related or if it's an unusual name. That's all. Mm-hmm. And so I did find that, and I thought, what is the background of the individual who's the car thief? Mm-hmm. And so obviously, in court, we'll find out much more about this. But if the man who shot him or who's charged with his murder can say that this guy had anything in his hand and that he feared for his life, he then will have a better defense against. I mean, they're going after this guy with murder charges, and he is not free. He is not. They're not giving him any kind of a bail. They're holding
justice.
I also think we're letting our feelings by the way, our justified, rightful feelings towards Larry Krasner to cloud our judgment on the law. Like, we can hate the way Larry Krasner does business, but I don't really see anything in this specific case that says your defense being, well, this DA never does it for blah, 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 but now all of a sudden he wants to blah, blah. I don't really think that would fly in front of a judge or a jury.
I don't think I'm clouded at all. I think it's hard to prove that somebody in the panic of the moment actually intended to murder in a premeditated way.
Agreed.
I don't think this qualifies as premeditated murder.
No, neither do I.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
So look, if you're a firearm owner and this guy is a legal firearm owner, you have to be fully responsible and trained and not be, trigger happy or anything of that nature. I believe in accountability. But a first-degree murder charge?
Yeah, I don't think he willingly and knowingly and intentionally meant to kill this guy. This is, to me, more like reckless, where he was just completely caught up in the moment and then from a reactionary standpoint, well, I got a gun.
Yeah.
To me, that's just reckless out in public. 855-839-1210. Larry is in Southampton, PA. Larry, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yes, if he would have ran out in front of the car and that car lurched forward, he would have every, right to put a hole in his forehead, right?
Yeah.
I would agree. Because, if he's in front of that car and that car guns it, yes.
But it's because he's behind it,
He was
right?
on the left-hand side, yep.
Yeah. So a little learning thing. If you're going to try and you got to put your life in by jumping in front of the car, and then you have every right.
Yep.
What you were saying is you're not allowed to have a gun in public or in a place of business, or your house is the only place. Well, if you have the right to carry a gun, you don't carry around a gun that's not loaded.
It's true.
True.
That's
true.
That's the wrong. I don't know where you got the 88 days of.
I'm looking at it right here from the Pennsylvania State Doctrine right here. I Googled it. I didn't memorize that. I was reading that off of the state website.
Yeah, that's wrong then, because...
Oh, no, it's not wrong. I'm reading it from the state of Pennsylvania website. What do you mean it's wrong? Not wrong.
Well, to carry a gun without bullets in it...
I'm reading it right from the state, the pa.senate.gop.com. It's not wrong, Larry. I didn't get this out of bobslawschoolbook.com.
Bob's.
Get out of here. Wrong. You think I didn't memorize it. I'm reading it right here from the stinking website. Wrong. Take it up with the legislator then. I think it's wrong. Not up for debate. Not wrong.
Sorry.
Jesus. Greg in the Northeast. Greg, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Greg, you go right ahead. Wrong.
Who's this, Nick Krasner?
Yeah, it's Nick Krasner.
Strike?
I'd love to get in a courtroom with that guy.
No, here's the thing. How about a novel idea, everybody?
Yeah.
How about you don't steal somebody's car?
Amen.
I
Amen.
agree.
How about
Amen.
you don't steal the car? And everybody's wrong and everybody's right here. But first-degree murder for this character?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
he's
agree.
never going to
No
get
way.
first-degree murder.
No way.
He's never going to get first-degree murder.
No, it's manslaughter.
Yeah, 100%.
Manslaughter at best. I agree.
But sadly, this is every big city.
Yeah, I know.
Right? Every big blue Democratic city that they're looking to prosecute the guy, first of all, because he discharged his gun and he killed a criminal. That's number one. But
allegedly.
Was he reckless?
Thank you.
Allegedly. Was he reckless? Allegedly, he was also reckless, yes. So, but how about you don't steal the car and we stop making excuses for these people?
Now let's throw in a different variable, Greg. Let's say that his little daughter was in the back seat of that vehicle. Then it gets really cloudy. Is he justified to shoot if there's a toddler and a child in the back?
Well, then,
because I got to tell you,
then it's kidnapping. Then it's kidnapping, right?
Well, yes, then it's obviously the charges are different. I think I personally would have then fired if that was an added variable to the equation.
We don't know 1,000 questions. How about this guy makes a livelihood with his vehicle, so he's not thinking. Oh, maybe I shouldn't let the insurance handle it. I need this car to go to work. I'm taking care of whatever the case may be. That's his livelihood.
So his defense is I drive for DoorDash and I now have the right to shoot?
What if he says...
What does it matter the job?
What if he says he's homeless?
Well, you're the one who brought up the job. You said he makes his livelihood by driving. So I'm saying if you're a driver, so he's an Uber driver. He's a Lyft driver. Like you said, he's making his living via driving. Exactly. Now it's justifiable to shoot and kill the guy?
I think it's justified. I do have, and he lost his mind, temporary insanity. You ever get in a position where you lose it? This guy lost it, and he happened to have a gun, and he's a good shot.
I mean, maybe that's a defense. Maybe he could argue, I just lost my mind. I don't think it's going to fly, but again, property is replaceable. Human lives are not. That's I think we're forgetting here. Like you can get another car. I know it sucks, right? Especially if you're not insured.
But it's his property. It's his property. He can do what he wants to it. Like, you know what I mean? Like you are taking his property.
All right. I will take the side of the process. As far as who can win the case and who will lose the case, I will wager on the prosecution winning and getting a guilty verdict of some degree.
Of course, because Krasner's going to make an example of this. We are not a lawless city. We are not a lawless city. Trump Parker will get involved.
You know I can't stand Larry Krasner, but I do not think the district attorney's office is wrong in bringing charges against this. Now, first-degree murder is wrong, in my opinion, because I don't think there was intent. I think this was reckless, voluntary manslaughter.
But if he says, and we'll see if he spoke to police initially, but if this man who's being held and without bail says, "Hey, I thought the guy had a gun. He looked like threatened me, and I thought he had a firearm, and I fired because I thought my life was in danger."
Yeah.
Now, what did you say about a loaded gun in a vehicle?
According to PASenateGOP.com, so state website, firearms and castle doctrine, it is illegal to carry a loaded firearm in any vehicle or a concealed firearm on or about a person except in the place of abode or fixed place of business.
But if you have the legal license and you're traveling to or from, I think, target shooting, right? And plus, he wasn't technically in his car.
Do we know this guy was coming from target shooting?
Could have been.
Did he just leave the range?
Say that.
He just left the range.
I was coming from McDonald's drive-thru, and this is why I'm carrying strapped and
I think
loaded.
there are all kinds of provisions because he has a license. I think, there are enough provisions for him that one wouldn't stick.
Okay. Sam is in Boyertown. Now we're going to get all the different equations. This is great.
Right?
Sam, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What is your scenario, sir?
First, good morning, everybody.
Good
How's
morning,
it going?
Sam. We're well.
I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
So I just had a question. So I'm listening to all this go back and forth. So I have a concealed carry permit. Now, I'm not 100% versed on the law, but if I have a concealed carry permit, I could carry my weapon in my car, on my person, loaded.
To my knowledge, yes.
If somebody tries to carjack me with my family in my car, and I just turn and, say, use my weapon to keep my family safe, am I going to jail?
Now, here's the difference. This guy was not in his vehicle. So does that constitute a carjacking? I mean, I know that's not technically the correct term, but
it's a car.
I would agree with you, Nick, because I don't believe that he had the right to do that. The guy's already driving away with your car.
Right.
There's no chalk it up as a loss and call the insurance company.
Yeah, you cut your losses and call it a day, and you try to bounce back and the whole bit, right?
Right. One of the reasons I called is because somebody said you can't carry your gun in your car loaded. But if you have the proper permit, I believe that you're allowed to because, the open carry law is you can walk around open carry.
Yes.
But as soon as you get in your car, now the gun is concealed, correct?
Yes.
And that could get you in trouble if you don't have a concealed weapons permit.
Yep. By the way, I hate that rule. I hate that law, and thank you for the call, Sam, on the carrying a weapon. I remember my brother-in-law told me this story a few years ago of some mom that was registered, carried a gun, following all the law, and went from PA into New Jersey or PA into New York, and they have is it
reciprocity?
Yes. If you are a gun owner and you're a law-abiding citizen with all of those proper documents and you've gone about it the right way, I hate the fact that you could forget that you have it, go into a state like that, and end up serving mandatory minimums.
Yeah.
I despise that with a passion. I wish that was somehow we could wipe that out from a federal level, but it's a different story for a different day. Let me see if we can grab one more. Let's get Christian in Abington. He claims self-defense. Christian, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Well, more than anything else, what it has to do is credible threat. Was the gentleman a threat to him at that point in time? That's really your greatest sticking point. It's the reason why you can't shoot someone in the back while they're fleeing your house after they've robbed you. also the castle doctrine, and this is where it gets a little bit weird, is that is for people who do not have concealed carry permits.
Oh, okay.
That's a completely different equation.
Okay.
It's like you can walk around at your house or at your work, because it's private property, assuming, and they can create the rules that say, yes, you may carry there. But if you have a concealed carry permit, it's a completely different equation.
Interesting.
Also, if someone else is in the car and it's a carjacking, you are now acting in defense of that person, and that is significantly different than someone just stealing your car. You are now acting in defense of that person.
Got it.
So it has to do with credible threat to an individual and the use of lawful force.
Yeah.
But I would also say that when you discharge your firearm, bullets kill. So there is always the possibility of killing someone. So you can't just say, well, I just wanted to wing them,
Right.
but I ended up killing them. Whoopsie. Sorry.
Right.
It doesn't really work.
That's right. Christian, great stuff. Appreciate the phone call. We'll continue on. We'll get some more calls after we come back to kick off the final hour here on a Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We'll get a big 3 and, of course, things like what's on the cut sheet, our morning mystery movie clip, and today in music history. Back after this, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Thanksgiving, we're serving up epic football moments with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel app serves up all the ingredients you need to place live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Thanksgiving Day, the lowly Dallas Cowboys versus the lowly New York Giants. Make it a little interesting by putting a little skin in the game to see which bad team is going to come out and which bad team is going to be bad. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg today, FanDuel.com/Greg, and get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make this Thanksgiving extra special with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Radio listeners can enjoy reliving their meaningful memories for an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. And during our Black Friday event, there's never been a better time to preserve your past. Legacy Box start at only $27, with savings of over $400 when you digitize your whole collection.
Legacy Box is simple and safe. We digitize everything by hand here in the USA. You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
Make the holidays special and shop our best deal of the year. Visit LegacyBox.com to shop our Black Friday event and take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. That's LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. LegacyBox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Company 9:02 as we continue. It's a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A lot of people chiming in from our conversation that concluded with a final clip from the cut sheet. Appreciate all the tweets, the YouTube comments, and our buddy Mark Fusetti. Sergeant Mark saying, great segment. Didn't have me agreeing with Greg and not with you on my bingo card today.
Kayal and Company, we're kind of right. It's true. I mean, you know.
We're kind of right, we're kind of wrong.
You never know which way any of us are going to come down, which is why
right.
This is compelling radio.
That's right.
Well, except I go both ways.
What?
Dawn sometimes goes both ways. You never know.
I'm always right.
There you go. All right. A lot of
Just
good
ask
stuff.
my husband.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my Lord.
Look, you got to pick your battles, Dawn, right?
That's right.
And I think
Amen,
as
brother.
Married men, we've realized that we're just going to punt when it comes to the wife. You're right, honey. You're right. It's just easier to agree and move along. You got to pick your battles. 855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie Club clip coming up at 9:20 this morning. More of your cut sheet, perhaps some voicemails, and, of course, we have today in music history. 8 o'clock hour was brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union, where you can open up a growth checking account and have easy access to your money for everyday spending while earning as high as 2.9% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com for details. And the 9 o'clock hour, which we enter right now, is all courtesy of Wawa, where, of course, they have the pizza, a personal size 14 or 16-inch pie for just $6, $8, or $10. Yeah. Got to have a Wawa. Think about that, $10.
Yep.
That's an amazing deal.
For a 16-inch pie. Mm-hmm. Or you could finance a pie from a local joint for no interest for 36 months.
Funny.
Unbelievable. I mean, I love the pizza joints, but man, the price of it, you just got to save money these days. So Wawa, your destination. All right, we'll get to a couple of more stories, including I want to get to this movie theater story as we wrap up for the week here, final hour. Again, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in tomorrow and Friday. Mike Opelka live on Thursday morning. I guess he doesn't have a tea time lined up between 6 and 10 a.m.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes, Thank you very much, Mike. And, of course, we'll be back together on Monday. I do want to get to this because maybe some people are going to be going to the movies to see this Wicked movie that's coming out. We got to have this conversation again on movie theater etiquette.
Do you want to do it right now since I had the clip anyway?
We do. I think it's what, Cut 8?
Yeah, this is, Phil, can you pull up Cut 8?
Yeah.
So there's this new movie coming out, Wicked, right?
Yes.
That's based on the musical.
Mm-hmm. My wife and I saw it 15 years ago on Broadway. I got to be honest, because that's not my setting.
No, boy.
But it was, and it wasn't because I was under the influence of Cabernet. It was actually good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Boy.
If you know what, I would encourage all type A's to go to a theater with your lady. It's a good night.
I gotta say, Kayal, I love you, but like between your last take in the last hour with the gun thing and now with Wicked, I think you need a long vacation.
Yes, you could be right. But Dawn, I get points here, right? I'm saying, I actually am being dead honest. I enjoyed going to a Broadway performance with the wife.
See, that was good.
Do you pee sitting down?
Well, late at night after too many, legs could be a little shaky. I've done that.
Yeeks.
Like
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Honest man on this program.
Honestly, this is the God's honest truth. As soon as somebody starts singing in a TV show, or in a movie, unless my son's watching it, I'm turning it off.
Okay.
There's I absolutely hate singing in movies.
I dealt with something similar 13 months ago. I'll explain in a moment, but feel free. Cut 8, I believe.
Yeah, play Cut 8. This is Ariana Grande.
Not to be corny, but make the world a safer place, especially right now. I think it's the most important work that we can do is learn how we can listen and be there for each other and the people that we love, and especially the most beautiful community in the entire world. And I love my queer brothers and sisters so much, more than anything.
We love you back.
We do.
I want to throw a theory or an idea out there. Fierro, okay? His musical number I love so much because the girls in town love him, but also the boys do, Bo and Yang. Do we think that maybe Fierro likes the attention from both? I don't know.
Of course. Well, Oz is a very queer place and has always been.
Yeah.
Even from the L. Frank Baum books, it's always been queer.
Yeah, I think so.
Oz is a queer place?
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that.
What?
Judy Garland?
Why? No, I understand. I understand. When she wasn't, high on meth or whatever. She was.
So it's not accurate to say that Wicked is getting woke because apparently Oz has always been a queer place. Is that an accurate assumption?
Sergeant Mark says, "I'm waiting for Nick to announce his pronouns before the show ends." You enjoyed this musical?
It was weird. I don't really feel like it was that much, unless I'm not remembering it correctly or only in bits and pieces.
Were you drunk?
A little bit.
He did have a little wine, he said.
Yeah. They had a beautiful little wine setup in there with these refillable mugs, and I was, refilling and refilling.
So it was one glass of wine, but he refilled it 20 times.
It was basically
this is wonderful, honey.
Basically a bottle by the end of the performance. But I thought it was good. I don't remember it being woke, and I certainly have no interest in seeing Ariana Grande, which, by the way, in that video, did she have like a leg removed? I only saw one leg there. What happened? Did she step on a landmine? I need some more information on that.
She's another one.
But there's this debate now.
She is so talented.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Oh,
yes. No,
she's good.
She's good.
The two of you.
My daughters love her. Yeah. And that's why I wanted to say about 13 months ago, because I remember I took the girls, the twins, to the Eras tour in the movie theater for Taylor Swift.
Yes.
And there were countless Swifties. They were getting up. They were clapping. They were singing. They were swaying. And I'm going to defend AMC. Or actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to rip AMC.
Yeah.
Because AMC is saying that moviegoers for Wicked are not allowed to sing along at any point.
Amen.
They say, in fact, much like talking, singing, or using your phone, any kind of disturbance is prohibited inside the theater at all time. To which, look, if you're going to see a Denzel Washington movie or you're going to see some other movie and you're distracting with camera phones and flashes, or you're having a side conversation, or you don't silence your phone, I'm all for those repercussions. But when you sign up to go see a musical or any sort of Broadway play in a theater, or that god-awful Taylor Swift movie,
Which you were a saint to take your daughters to. That was very nice.
That's 2 points, Dawn. I've taken my daughters and my wife to a Broadway musical. See, I am not Al Bundy.
See, Road Warrior has a theory, and I agree with Road Warrior. He thinks that Nick's wife is listening this morning. That's why that's why he's taking all these takes. That's why he has all these takes.
No.
By the way, first of all, for this Wicked movie, no straight person is going to go to this movie. So if they all want to sing and do whatever they want to do,
let them sing.
I'm fine with it. But if you're in a movie, they used to do this at the Rocky Horror Picture Show all the time. Remember, they used to have those like midnight showings, and all those freaks used to go there all dressed up and sing along with a dumb movie. That's kind of what I'm assuming this Wicked thing is going to be anyway. So no straight person is going to go to see it. So if they all want to do that, that's fine.
Well, I mean, to me, it's as long as, and I'm trying to picture myself in the setting.
I'm being inclusionary, Don.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
It's very nice of you. As DEI dies, Greg becomes inclusionary. He's always against the grain, folks. No, for me, as long as you're not in my line of sight to see the performance, like if I've got some numbnuts in front of me that's standing up that's 6'7", like Dan Borowski, and he's blocking my view, I'm like, yo, sit down. I can't see. Or I can't hear. But if you're just in the moment having a good time and the masses are doing it and you're the one there with like your thumb up your butt and you're sitting there all stodgy, ruining my experience, you probably attended the wrong performance then, right?
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. I don't know. I'm a man of common sense, though.
I'm going back to Oz being queer.
I have no knowledge to pull from on it ever.
Do you think in 1939 when they made that movie, was that a book first?
I don't know.
I think so.
The one dude hung himself, didn't he? Or hanged himself? I know I probably butchered the way it's
one of the Munchkins, right?
The Munchkins, yeah.
Yeah, because they were treated not super well on the set.
Yeah, you think people are oppressed today for all the I'm so oppressed. Well, you have no idea.
The 1939 film The Wizard of Oz has become a celebrated LGBTQ plus classic and is considered a cornerstone in gay mythology.
What?
There are many reasons.
Based on what character?
Judy Garland, the actress who played Dorothy, is considered a queer icon because she had gay friends.
In real life or in the movie?
In real life. And then the wizard represents the falsehood of seeking meaning from the outside. The cowardly lion is often cited as queer-coded.
Oh, for God's sake.
Queer-coded? What, did they dip him in a batch of something?
No.
What is he, an M&M? Queer-coded? Did he buy a jacket from a queer store? I've got a queer coat on? What does that mean, queer-coded?
With that
it's a
nougat-flavored center.
Dawn, I need some sourcing. What website are you reading right now? Politico?
This is, I just all these sites are coming up.
When this movie was made in the 1930s, nobody had that in their mind.
No.
Nobody.
No. Honest to God, if my wife would have said, "Hey, the girls want to watch The Wizard of Oz tonight," I said yes. That God help me. But if I did say yes, I never would sit there and be like, "Wait a minute."
The reason there was all those bright colors was because it was that first.
You guys,
it was the first movie that went from black and white to color,
and the Yellow Brick Road.
So they didn't know how to They're like, well, it's got to be in color, so we got to make it nice and flashy for all the for the Technicolor or whatever.
Dawn, you're saying again?
This is there are Friends of Dorothy gay sites that say this is iconic.
Okay,
and they say that
but she doesn't
gay
present...
bars are named Oz. Gay men dress up as Dorothy. There are all these sites. You learn something new every day.
My daughter went as the Tin Man for Halloween one year.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Nobody had this in mind when The Wizard of Oz was made. Nobody.
Maybe they did.
I mean, look.
Maybe you just didn't know.
If the gays and queers and whatever they're calling themselves.
I could see Dawn pulling off Judy Garland in the remake. Yeah.
What about The Wiz? What about The Wiz? You remember The Wiz from the 70s?
Yeah.
Rolling.
I thought you were talking about the store.
No, The Wiz.
Nobody beats The Wiz.
Yeah, it was like the black adaptation of The Wizard of Oz, right?
I must have missed that one.
Yes.
I'm saying that correctly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You learn something new every day.
That's true.
All right.
So
Follow the Yellow Brick Road.
Easy K says, or EKZ says, today's show is officially off the rails.
I know, we are way.
I agree. We're all
Is there
punch
any
drunk
doubt
and
if
we
we
need a
did
vacation.
if we did a remake, Tim Walls would be the Scarecrow?
We're gonna do. They're gonna bring out a top 10 list at 9:30.
What are the top 10 things you're thankful for? 855.
We should to get back on the rails. We should break again.
Yeah, let's break. We'll come back. Morning mystery movie clip. Dawn's Big Three. The cut sheet. Some top 10s. All sorts. Favorite side dishes. We'll see where the pecan pie ranks for you.
Mm-hmm.
No, they'll be doing that down the hall later today. All right, Kayal and Company. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210.
You may have heard I've fallen in love again with Italia. Now I know why Italy is the most revisited country in the world. Join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. Lorenzo and Romina, yes, they'll be back. They'll be back with us. And once again, Conservative Tours, crafting an itinerary that is sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events that you'll write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll free. Do this now. This is booking up fast. 888-733-9494. Or you can go to conservativetours.com. The luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, and a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That is Conservative Tours in Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Modena, Lake Como, Vernazza. So join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Portofino. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's that time of year again. Bucks County Estate Traders' annual Black Friday sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off through December 2nd. Bucks County Estate Traders has the finest quality furniture and accessories, and it's all 20 to 50% off. Is your dining room ready for guests? Bucks County Estate Traders has dining chairs that fit every gathering. And check out their dining tables, servers, and china cabinets. It's the Black Friday sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Visit them in Hatfield and at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
922, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet part 2 coming up. Today in music history. What's on tap for the Dawn Show at 10, all still ahead. Don't forget, tomorrow and Friday, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for us here on Kayal and Company. Mike Opelka on Thanksgiving morning. And also, just about 3 weeks away, 3 weeks from this Friday, the 5th annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, of course, presenting that. It'll be Friday, December 20th, down on 2nd Street between Market and Chestnut in Old City. And I believe, Greg, we're talking about a small little donation, if possible.
$20 are the tickets. So all money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So buy a ticket. Even if you can't go, just buy a ticket. Buy a few tickets. And all the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. It's a great charity. It's a great organization. I trust them more than anything. I've known Mark Connor for 20 years. I've done work with him for 15 of those 20 years, and he's good people in any organization he's involved in. I will be involved in, and my radio station will be involved in. So, just Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Just go to the website and you can make a donation. Buy tickets, buy several, please.
All right, there you go. Time to give it away on a Tuesday with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We'll have to keep our distance. We don't want to get pulled into.
Tractor beam. Tractor beam.
We don't have a tractor beam.
You'll have space dock without a tractor beam.
It won't be installed until Tuesday.
How big is your medical staff?
The medical staff doesn't arrive till Tuesday.
Who they detail now? You just become nurses. Let's go.
Load torpedo bay. Prepare to fire. My command.
Captain, we don't have any torpedoes.
Don't tell me. Tuesday.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, you will get a pair of tickets to see the Big Five Classic at the Wells Fargo Center in Philly on Saturday, December 7th, as each of the city's Division I basketball programs battle for bragging rights. It's a one-day triple header where one school will be crowned champion. Tickets on sale only at big5classic.com. That's big, F-I-V-E, classic.com. But you get tickets to the triple header just by knowing that movie clip. Caller 12, 855-839-1210.
By the way, somebody had a great suggestion on the YouTube chat. Kevin Pulls, if you're listening, please redirect GregStalkerSucks.com to this Andy Chan Memorial Block Party. It's all right there on the Families Behind the Badge website. So redirect Greg Stalker Sucks to that charity to make it easier so people can just go there and donate.
There you go. All right, Cut Sheet Part 2 on the way in just a couple of minutes. But right now, let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensley Big 3 at 9:25.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. It's Piazza Auto Group. Number 1, Trump tariffs. So this morning you may see the so-called mainstream media talking about President-elect Donald Trump promising that the United States will charge a 25% tax on all goods from Canada and Mexico starting on the first day of his administration. Trump also says that China will face higher tariffs on its goods by 10% above any existing tariffs. What they're not reporting as much, or maybe they bury the other part of the story, and that's the if clause. Trump is saying, well, until or if they continue to fuel the deadly opioid crisis. And so what Trump is saying is that these other countries, border countries or China, that they have the power to prevent the flow of illegal drugs into the United States. And so what he's saying is he will charge this to offset the cost, both in law enforcement and trying to deal with the deadly opioid crisis.
Right.
He'll offset that cost if these border countries in China don't stop fueling the deadly opioid crisis.
Yes, and I think people get so caught up because if you use tariffs too often, too frequently, and there's too many of them, yes, it can blow up on you and have adverse economic impacts on your own country. But it's the threat that Trump is throwing out there, saying, if you don't do X, Y, or Z, I will slap you with X, Y, or Z. And you're right. The way they frame it makes it look like such a negative, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. Because they're saying that that most mainstream economists believe tariffs will be inflationary, and they're all reporting that. To your point, Nick, but it's obvious to all of us if you actually see what he said and what he was writing about. He is trying to just cut off this, the drug flow and stop the opioid crisis, which, as we've reported, has killed, more than 100,000 people.
Right. I think the combined number, I forget what it was, but it's definitely over 100. I think maybe 147,000. Tom Homman has said fentanyl alone and the opioids in this country have collectively killed more people than every terrorist organization combined. And it never gets talked about.
Yeah. Number 2, we have bird flu virus blamed for a raw milk recall. This is a batch of raw milk sold in California. And so the brand Raw Farm recalled the quart and half-gallon sizes of its raw milk with a best-by date of November 27th. The company saying that they did test it, and they have confirmed that it tested positive for the avian bird flu virus. So they're doing a raw milk recall. FDA is involved in this as well. But we will continue to follow that raw milk recall. It's in California. I don't know if California, they're making it a national deal. I don't know if people on the East Coast can get raw milk from California because we have our own suppliers.
Have you ever had raw milk?
Mm-hmm.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's delicious.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Thicker, like heavier than like whole milk, or on par with whole milk?
Yeah, it's delicious. The cheese is really different. But I love it.
Yeah, because you're in Minnesota, right?
No, not for. I mean, I went to college there.
Okay.
No, I mean, if you can get the milk right from the cow.
Yeah.
When you're out at some Amish country,
in
Lancaster County, it's like amazing.
Interesting.
So good. So number 3, and I know Phil Almquist has the photo for us, but this is Trump's loyal human printer, as she's known. Remember?
Oh, Phil Almquist is my human printer.
No, this is a Trump hire, a 33-year-old aide. Remember, I believe this is the young lady who everybody said, who is that, when Trump was sort of dictating some things and she was typing really fast.
Oh, in that video.
Yes. Remember that?
Oh,
yes.
for the posting.
And people said, like, who is that? Who is that? And she's a 33-year-old woman, Natalie Harp. And she has been an aide to Trump, seen in different videos, and that one that went viral because they were like, man, she types so fast.
Yeah.
So she has been named to get a special White House role. And so I know that we have her picture here.
Yeah, on YouTube.
And one thing that I find interesting is that for those of us who remember some of those viral videos, she's somebody who's very hardworking. She's somebody who is, as he's speaking, she is typing so quickly and then putting these things out on social media and doing it, I mean, quite expeditiously. But I'll point out to you that the New York Times is reporting that sources were left uncomfortable about her obsequious messages, and saying that she had written, apparently, I don't ever want to let you down, and calling Trump her guardian and protector in this life. And so they're, I don't know, they're kind of making it, and I guess she had penned some devotional little things like she had put out on social media, but they're saying that she has a Christ-like devotion to the incoming commander-in-chief.
It's a little obsessive, a little too much for me, but
I don't know.
Trump has his type, though.
If she's a guy, and I'll just
here we go, sexism.
Nick, I'll remind you, you're so you have to start thinking like a dad of daughters, and that's going to happen. It's going to happen in about 2 years, maybe 3, where you're going to, all these things that you're looking at, and you're not going to do that anymore.
No, you will.
No.
He absolutely will.
Can't. We wish you didn't.
Jimmy, I need you to pull Dawn's
But she's a very attractive young lady, 33 years old. And look, she's a worker. She's a very hard worker. So she's going to get a position upcoming in a special White House role. But they're making it out to be, I don't know, something that I don't think it is.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I also didn't know her name, Natalie Harp.
What would that official role be? Like
she's going to be a White House aide.
Trump stenographer, social stenographer.
Yeah, working in as a White House aide. All they write about is.
Did you see how quickly she typed though?
Oh yeah.
I mean, pretty amazing. Gets the message out. I think she's. If you look at that and how quickly she was able to put out all of those different messages on all different levels of social media, these are official statements by Trump. You have to spell check them. She obviously has everything set up. But I think she was quite proficient.
Oh, yeah, she's
personally.
very good. Yeah. I remember the computer class.
Remember that?
We had to take in high school, right? You put your hands on the right way. It's ASDF, JKL, semicolon, and then they timed you.
No, he's silly.
Who?
Me.
What?
You.
I'm being silly?
Yeah.
No, I remember we had to be up to, was it 80 words a minute you had to be able to type? I forget what they did at Easton High School.
Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore, do they?
I'm a fast typer. I can type really fast. I always laugh at the people that didn't take the computer class. They do the pecking.
Yeah.
They're like this.
I still peck.
You really?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, you can't just do the.
I never took typing.
I did take typing, but
can you type
like
without
most
looking at the keyboard?
Like most classes in high school, I was rarely there.
Well, that's attendance is half the battle to pass, sir.
So I don't remember, I'm not good at. Yeah, I do the hunt and pack a little bit.
Dawn, can you type?
Not as bad.
Can you type without looking down at the keyboard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty fast.
My wife is just she's like a whiz with that. She can look up and do 1,000 things, and her fingers are moving like this, and I'm just like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, she paid attention in high school.
Yeah.
Got it.
And by the way, Trump had lashed out at what he called the failing New York Times on Truth Social.
Yeah, he took Maggie Haberman to task, didn't he?
Yeah, he's demanding an apology, and just. Like going on.
What? Because they insinuated that they were having some sort of.
I think
affair?
so. Just in I think in general feels like they owe an apology, especially after he says he talks about the most consequential presidential election in decades. Where's the apology? So in general, but I think the fact that they wrote about this young lady who's not, I didn't even know her name, this Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
But yeah, that's low-hanging fruit for the New York Times. And just because Trump has young women in his cabinet, I know he's going through marriages and get the Stormy Daniels thing. Yeah, Sonny Hostin on the
He's been married to his wife for like 20 years.
Not every
Trump.
Not every 30-year-old blonde that's around Trump is having sex with the guy. The New York Times of all people. The New York Times is the first to say women are having their rights violated. Yet they when it comes to Trump, they love to say, is Trump having... Remember, Laura... I'm not a fan of Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer's on Trump's plane. Are they having an affair? We stop.
I mean, to be fair here, guys, it's not like he's been the most monogamous husband on the face of the earth.
I just said that, yes.
But that's not the
also
point.
Doesn't mean that you're
no,
not,
it is the point.
No,
it is.
listen.
No, it 100% is the point.
The New York Times.
It 100% is the point.
The New York Times going after this. By the way, she's a cancer survivor and so on and so forth. The New York Times to go after Natalie Harp. Nobody knew her name. And
no, I agree. Yeah, come on. This is fine.
So we should just assume that Caroline Levitt has slept with Trump.
No,
or
no,
Margot,
no.
And if she was a guy, they never and had written, "Yo, I'm loyal to Trump." They never would have. The New York Times never would have run that story. But because she's an attractive female, that's the New York Times is being sexist.
Has Trump slept with Susie Wiles?
That's what I'm saying.
Or Linda McMahon?
Yeah. I mean,
or is it only the 30-year-old?
Is it odd, Dawn, that these women look like Ivana and Marla Maples? That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
He definitely has his type.
Oh, it's just, come on, you guys can't, walk and chew gum. You could say, yes, it's you can't assume that every attractive woman, Trump is having an affair with. But on the other hand, for 50 years, he's cheated on every spouse he's had.
Kristi Noem breaks the mold. She's not blonde.
Good God.
Elise Stefanik, brunette.
That one has nothing.
It does.
Your allegation has nothing to do with the story, which is about the New York Times
sticking people.
choosing to write about an unknown, non-public figure, a 33-year-old aide who got a job within the administration, and they choose to take things that she's posted about, like, that how much she values her boss and is dedicated to him, blah, blah, blah. If she were a male, if she were Greg Stocker, and Greg Stocker might even kind of look like Marla Maples with pretty blonde hair.
Stocker, you fit Trump's
if
type.
Stocker wrote that to a boss.
Bix on the YouTube chat is asking, is she Eastern European? That's a very good question because Trump likes Eastern European.
Well, I mean, who doesn't?
But it's not the point.
I mean, if you're a
is the
straight
point.
man and the
It is
Eastern
the point.
European female doesn't get you going,
It
I
is
don't
the
know what
point.
to tell you.
When you're famous, they let you grab them by the, you know what, right? I mean, come on. No, it's like, honestly.
9:38 before Thanksgiving.
Nobody was grabbing anything.
Nobody said he was. I'm just saying that he said it. So, it's not out of line for people to speculate if he's, dipping his pen in the company ink.
I like that. That's a good pool. That's a good pool.
That is,
and it's not sexist to say it because he's done it before.
And
allegedly.
Speaking of ink,
not allegedly. Not allegedly. Ivana mentioned it. Marla Maples mentioned it. They all mentioned it.
You ever notice how we're always out of ink at Odyssey?
20 years ago, Greg.
Oh yeah, I know. 20 years ago. That's
or more than that.
Yeah,
it's like,
nobody.
You think she loves Trump more than Phil loves me?
Yes.
Probably right.
No, I think that the New York Times, which is the snooty bastion of journalism, to go after this person.
Agreed. There's no proof, and
Correct.
to act like it's happening.
Yeah.
Agreed. There's no proof, and they should not do it.
There you go.
But to sit there and say that he has no track record of cheating on every single spouse he's ever had, including Melania with Stormy Daniels.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, how do you cheat on Melania? I mean, like, seriously. With horse face?
Oh, she was a porn star at the time.
Well, I don't know. Melania does it more for me than Stormy, but, each his own.
Holy cow. You're the one who brought this up, my love. You brought this up.
I just think that the New York Times owes this young lady an apology.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all I'm saying.
If it was a right-wing journalist, they would lose their job.
By the way, Nick, we have to break here, but
yes, I'm getting called out. Correct.
There is a no. There's a gift here for you and I'm wondering if it's ticking.
Oh God!
And who's it from?
I don't know. I don't.
We'll
There's
put it on the air when we come back.
Yes.
All right.
Because I'm a ratings whore. So if we blow up, if Nick and I blow up, I want it to be
don't even say that.
on YouTube.
Yeah, it'd be like a Nielsen bonanza.
It would.
Yeah.
So the gift. Well, before you open up your gift,
overtake Preston and Steve in no time.
That's right.
Let me tell you that our Big Three, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, the season of giving is coming. Get special 0% financing for 36 months on select new 2025 Mazda models like the CX-30, CX-50, CX-90. Shop online, piazzamazda.com, or you can visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading today. Do it. Piazza Auto Group, thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, coming up next, a final today in music history from Phil Almquist before Thanksgiving. And also, we will open a package live on the radio. Imagine that, opening up a package live on the radio.
It could be ticking.
That's right.
Definitely is after the last segment.
That is right.
Somebody wants my head.
That's right. And speaking of, it could be Anthrax. You never know.
The band?
Yes. 1991, Married with Children, Season 6, Episode 4. All right. I'm just kidding. I made that up on the fly. But speaking of packages, the Piazza Auto Group would like you to participate in a very, very nice, generous holiday endeavor. If you would like to to swing on by one of their locations for their holiday toy drive, they would be greatly, greatly thankful for your generosity. Swing by any one of the great Piazza dealerships with a new unwrapped toy and help donate for children in need this year. And if you're in the need for a new vehicle, they are happy to assist, all courtesy of our great friends at the Piazza Auto Group. It can be any dealership, any location, Honda, Hyundai, Mercedes, Land Rover, you name it, Mazda, Nissan. Check them out in any of their locations at piazzaautogroup.com.
Hey, cold weather, it's here, as you know, and that means it's time to take out my crock pot. Life is so hectic, and yeah, it sure can be difficult to find the time to make a home-cooked dinner for your family from scratch every single day. For me, thank God, I have whatacrock.com and their delicious, easy-to-prep meals. They make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is waiting, simmering. The kitchen smells so good. And unlike most meal kit companies, and this is crucial, there is zero prep required. That's what I love about it. And the cleanup is just so quick and easy. It's as simple as just dropping that meal into your slow cooker and voila, dinner is handled. For me, there's so many great options. Grandma's homemade meatballs, did that recently. The apple cider chicken is delicious. And then different types of beef stew, like the Uptown beef stew, or what about the Crock Classics? You can do a bundle as well. And yeah, I have my favorites, including a lot of the appetizers, which are delicious and great for this time of year. There's no subscription or commitment required, by the way, to order. You can do a subscription, but you don't have to. And that's what I love about it. You have so many options. You can order what you want, when you want. What a Crock meals also make for excellent gifts, especially this time of year, or maybe that college kid who's not coming home quite yet. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your first order. whatacrock.com, code WPHT for $10 off your first order. What a Crock, dinner made so easy. Order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. This year, skip the holiday hustle and bustle and save 50% off site-wide during their cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, get a $30 reward card when you shop early and score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, Omaha Steaks consistently delivers the world's best steak experience, and their gifting experts have made it easy to deliver the perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages starting at $89.99. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide during the cyber sale at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK and a $30 reward card when you shop early. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, OMAHA steaks.com, and an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralke from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
You don't have to choose between security and opportunity. Schedule an appointment by calling 1-800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles and gifts for women and men. in. Shop on TV or online. Plus, new JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop at jtv.com/radio.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Radio listeners can enjoy reliving their meaningful memories for an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. And during our Black Friday event, there's never been a better time to preserve your past. Legacy Box start at only $27, with savings of over $400 when you digitize your whole collection.
Legacy Box is simple and safe. We digitize everything by hand here in the USA. You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
Make the holidays special and shop our best deal of the year. Visit LegacyBox.com to shop our Black Friday event and take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
The Legacy Box Black Friday event starts now. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. That's LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. LegacyBox.com/value.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Duty. Kayal and Company, as we continue 9:51 on this Tuesday morning, it is not only my duty, but an obligation to thank Linda Kearns.
What?
For this great gift bag.
Wow.
And a beautiful card as well.
Nice.
Yes. She says, Nick and Greg, thank you for having me on the show during this election cycle.
Yeah.
I know you don't normally have a lot of guests, but thank you for making the exception for me to help me get out the vote and protectthevote.com.
Can I ask a question, because we have inept producers here because there was actually a gift for Dawn that was meant to be brought today but wasn't. So thank you to the producers.
Thank you, Linda. That's right.
Key reminder that Greg hires the producers.
Why do you and I get the same bag? Dawn gets her own separate one. Like, what?
Yeah.
Why is that? Like, we're not a package deal.
What, are you afraid that my bottle's touching your bottle?
What's in the bottle?
Let's go in the bottle. Let's see what we have. If we'll put it up to the camera here, for Greg, we have a bottle of Chardonnay. Elvis Presley rides the crest of the wave in Blue Hawaii 2019 Chardonnay.
Blue Hawaii.
Blue Hawaii Chardonnay.
How about that?
You know why they call it Blue Hawaii? Because it blew in Hawaii and South Carolina and North Carolina. It blew everywhere. Horrible movie.
And then
by
Linda,
a horrible individual named Elvis.
That's right. And then Linda grabs me a bottle. I think this is wine, although I don't know because I can't pronounce a damn word on the bottle. This, I think, is a nice bottle of Italian. I've got to guess this is a nice red.
Red.
Yeah, but I'm going to.
What's it say?
You want me to really try to get all these words
Yeah.
correct?
Right.
I can't. It'll take so long.
Is it Beaujolais?
Well,
that would be French.
Yeah. No, it's Italian.
Oh, it's Italian.
Right.
But thank you, Linda. I'll kill this tonight.
Tonight? Oh, my God. All right, we have to do this.
Phil Lundquist, take it away.
This day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ben Wysocki from The Fray, who's 40, and John McVie from Fleetwood Mac, who's now 79. Heavenly birthday shout-out to Tina Turner and Alan Henderson from the band Them. We also lost band leader Tommy Dorsey on this day in 1956. Execute Anarchy in the UK by the Sex Pistols in 76, and Queen released Thank God It's Christmas on this day in 84. Album Live Gathered in Their Masses by Black Sabbath in 2013. Doom Crew Inc. by Black Label Society in 2021, easy for me to say. 25 Years in Rock by Doro in 2010, and Loudness released Racing in 2004. Also in 1980, Motorhead wrapped up their Ace Up Your Sleeve tour with 4 shows in London. In 83, Quiet Riot's Mental Health became the first heavy metal album to hit number 1. In 1955, Bill Haley's Rock Around the Clock became the first rock record to hit number 1 in the UK. In 68, Cream played their final show, and in 73, the New York Dolls make their live UK debut. But lastly, and this is easily one of my top 5 stories all year. On this day in 2016, a police department on Prince Edward Island in Canada makes a Facebook post threatening drunk drivers with Nickelback. Quote, on top of a hefty fine, a criminal charge, and a year's driving suspension, we will also provide you with a bonus gift of playing the office's copy of Nickelback on the way to jail. The department later apologized for the post. And by the way, since I'm actually in tomorrow while all 3 of these people are out, there will be a live edition of Music History tomorrow. Thursday and Friday they will be recorded since I am actually off. So that's how I roll. For Kayal and Company. Have a great Thanksgiving. I'm Phil Lundquist.
Phil tomorrow at 4:15 when he wakes up.
Right, 3:35.
The Dawn Show's coming up in 4 minutes. We find out what she has on tap.
By the way, Linda wrote, "It's olive oil I got in Italy." Thank you, Linda. Thank you
this is
so much.
olive oil. Is it really?
He's
No
going
way.
to drink it.
This is olive oil, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. He would have been like guzzling. Keeps you regular.
This is olive oil. All right. Well, I do a lot of good cooking, so I'll take it either way, Linda.
Thank you, Linda Kearns.
You're right.
We love you.
There is no
I have
alcohol
something for you
content
too.
to this. All right.
Oh my gosh,
Greg,
that
how
was
about
the
you?
best.
Greg, you take the oil. I'll take the Chardonnay. You hate Elvis, and I hate health.
All right, quickly, Dawn, what do you have coming up?
Quickly, we're going to update you. A very important local school board meeting. You're going to hear from local moms especially talking about what happened last night. We had a lot of local updates, a lot of Trump updates. You're going to get it all. Tom Homman, border security, got it all. Boom.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Enjoy your Thanksgiving, and stay tuned for the Dawn Show. She is coming up next. We will talk to you Monday morning at 6. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin Wednesday and Friday. Mike Opelka on Thursday. Happy Thanksgiving.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage